This. All right, here, I'll show you where.
Face this one. What's the stream?
Here, stand
I'd
there.
like to stand back here so that I can address the room.
Okay, I'll just point the camera at. Here, I'll be cameraman. I'll just point the camera at you. How's that?
Okay.
But I'm gonna have
My
to.
ideal thing would be like, but I can go back.
Yeah.
But like back here.
Actually, stand back here because I'll keep the camera on them, but the mic is facing us, so we're just
Okay.
gonna got 3 people on watching now.
All right. That sounds good.
All right. So if you want to
Yep.
give announcement.
Yep. All right, everybody. Good morning. Welcome back to day 2 of the BSV Hackathon. We don't have the mic hooked up yet today, so I'm back here. But it's my understanding that we're back live on all the platforms, and we'll be wrapping everything up this morning. So you'll be able to submit your code, your repositories. You should push everything. Of course, 11 a.m. is the hard deadline. I strongly encourage everybody to act as if you need to be done by like 9:30 or 10. You will not regret having that extra time. I also encourage you to remember that this is a hackathon, so that means that things can be a little hacky if they need to. But your goal is to wrap things up, get to a state of completion where you can model your concept through a little MVP, a little minimum viable presentation of what you've built. And our judges will be joining us at 11 a.m. for the presentations. I think we'll all kind of gather around whatever workstation is most relevant and appropriate to run whatever demo people have set up, so we can all kind of check things out. You'll have 5-10 minutes, and then maybe we'll have some questions for you from the judges. So myself, Darren, and Rob to evaluate your submission, maybe talk through a little bit of the code or how it's working. And then, of course, how compelling is it from a business perspective? So take this time to focus in, tie up any loose ends, make sure that things are going to be good for your presentation. Keep it simple. I would not recommend making any fundamental architectural shifts at this point. I would recommend just trying to get to a state where you're going to be able to present. So, best of luck as we wrap things up. The team is available as yesterday to answer any questions. The team memberships have been locked in as of last night, so we're not going to shift around who's on what teams and whatnot anymore. We have all of that information. We'll put up on the live stream at some point today, I believe, a little list of all the teams, leaderboard, something like that, maybe just enumerating the team names. And as we get closer towards presentations, we'll have more to say. But best of luck as you wrap up. Feel free to reach out if you have questions. Our goal is to keep everybody unblocked. There were a few people that have actually stayed up all through the night, which is insane. So props to you guys. Sometimes that's what it takes. I love some of these ideas. And as we get closer towards the presentations, we might start to do a few key spotlights or something about what specific things people have been building. But we'll save that for a little bit later as the morning moves on here. So thanks, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the hackathon. Best of luck. Right.
All right. Wow. I don't know. All right. Mic on.
Mic is good?
Yeah.
All right. All right, everybody. Just a reminder, it is now 9:15 a.m. So you got an hour and 45 minutes before the hard deadline. We will not accept any code submitted after 11 a.m., so that is going to be the hard deadline. I would recommend acting as if you have like less than an hour so that you have some time. Just want to let everybody know. You got an hour 45. Just make sure everything's submitted, grab everything up, and wanted to thank everybody, remind everybody. We'll be getting started with presentations at 11. So happy hacking. Yep, thanks, guys.
Oh, it's because I unplugged it. Yeah. Working on it. I don't know why.
So here's what I'm thinking for these presentations. I'm thinking we're going to kind of all gather around each of the workstations. I understand that everybody kind of has their own little thing going on for a demo. So we'll have the judges, we'll have Mike with the live stream, and we'll all kind of just gather around for each of the demos, and then we will hear a little bit about each of the projects. I believe that either Jackie or Braden has a list, so we'll just go in sign up order through the teams that have been registered. We'll say your team name, a little bit about your project, and then we'll have a little demo of each one. 5 to 10 minutes, and then there will be the judges can ask questions. So myself, Darren, and Ryan are going to be able to inquire about the technical aspects as well as the business aspects of your idea. And then that'll be kind of we'll go through each of the teams in that way, and then at the end of that, we will be able to kind of just deliberate and see about who the winners might be. That's kind of the idea. So. Let's see. Braden or Jackie, maybe one of you guys can start basically at the top of the list, and we'll go to the first team, and then whoever's doing the stream and all of that stuff, we can just kind of all converge on that particular person and just see the demo that they have. We'll go around the room. So who's first?
Gorilla Pool.
Gorilla Pool team is first.
Ty,
Yes?
we have a question.
There's a question.
For the last hackathon, we did a nice big group photo. We'd like to do that again at some point.
We'll do that at the end.
Thank you.
Sure. So Gorilla Pool's first. Who's going to be running the demo?
I think I'll do a presentation.
Okay.
Show. Then Dave will kind of run through a little bit more.
So it's going to be a little tricky to get.
Hey, Ty.
Yeah.
Is there no way to connect the TV on there?
Is it our intention to try to use the TV? I don't know. Yeah, try the workstation, but we can try the TV. It's less music changes. Right. Yeah, maybe it's simpler to do. Sure.
Excuse me, right? All right. So, first, just quick. I think most people are familiar with most of the kind of key ingredients that go into yeah, so most people know what PayNow is, right? It's like a lot of gift wallet or easy payment resolution. Most people know what one-step ordinals are. They're like NFTs and fungible token for all on BSV. But probably less people know what OpNS is, which was a contract for basic proof of work based token issuance for NFTs for the purposes of registering unique names. So putting all those things together, we did OneStat.name. This is a website that will allow you to just pay for our cloud mining service to mine a name on your behalf, send you the NFT to your George phone. This NFT is your email handle. Where you send that NFT, that's where the email address is. So once the PayMail, before, hard to pay to address, after, easy email looking thing. What if it was an ordinal? You could then do things like trade it. You have the script on it so that it can be issued by proof of work, and then have the fair distribution, civil protection, that sort of thing. Since it's a one-set ordinal, wallet compatibility can work with yours out of the gate. Once that market can be added, rock wallet and cash compatibility easily. Once that got names with an actual service, probably will be fully functional with another maybe hour or two of fidgeting with a couple of edge cases, but mostly like 99% works. I think it's going to work. So technical side, we just have the React site, website, the Ordinals protocol, of course, with the cloud mining service, which is this external piece, and then we have the Optimus overlay, which is the part where this synchronizes with
So that's mostly been kind of what our focus has been on the last day is so essentially because OpNS is there's one Genesis transaction that broadcast like 2 years ago, and every new kind of unique name that's derived from that Genesis contract. So it works really well in an overlay mechanism where overlays all the transactions within these different names goes to the overlay, and then within the overlays they will sync with each other, and you have a lookup place, and you can basically find out, okay, what address owns this, or if I want to mine a new one, where is the current out point of the contract, so I would mine a new name against that.
And you can easily imagine more overlays coming online, additional markets. So we have one step.name/market where we will see sensitive ordinals, they can go with the normal word lock listings. So we can just lock them on chain in a contract, and anybody can buy. So it's become trading one. That's totally just later.
So kind of just talk about the value of how this is all work is by simply you owning a name. So I own the token for Shrug. By simply me owning that, I can stand up an overlay, or I can use OneSat.name, or I can stand up my own copy of this that will fully sync. Someone can actually send a payment to Shrugger at OneSat.name. From the overlay, it's going to resolve the address that currently owns that ordinal, and then we'll resolve the payment to my actual address, my Bitcoin address. So essentially, we've got a kind of fully decentralized way of using this proof of work mining contract to get a globally unique name that I can host it at OneSat.name. You can spin up and overlay your own network and have the same names at your own domain.
And unlike emails when they were released with Money Button, they have basically a closed market for the secondary market. This is a fully open market. Other market websites that also sell names and earn their own commission on that. So that. The other really cool thing is then if one of these sites shuts down, your email doesn't go away. Like Money Button email is useful if they're not active. This would mean you could just send to that same handler any supported domain. Yeah, so yours.org, OneSat.app, OneSat. It would be very easy. We have a whole thing on the site. Actually, if we go to the site. Yes.
So do I understand correctly that it's a staple?
No, it's a staple contract. So how?
Is it one staple?
No. How often this works? So essentially, you mine domain names one character at a time. So from the Genesis, nothing was mined. But so if I wanted to mine Shrugger, first I had to mine the S. So then, and so that same contract restates that, okay, I do nothing, S has been claimed. But then a new contract spit out and says from S, nothing. And then I would spend the S out. And we end up with every potential domain name.
And then to use your own, you can bring your own domain and just point it to, point to our DNS, or actually run your own thing.
You have a protocol that when any domain points at this protocol and follows these rules, you have this distributed naming system. So it's really the first part of the email handle that we care about here. It could be at blah blah blah.com. No one really cares about that part. It's just the association of that to the email server, which then facilitates that process.
Okay. Then on the last little thing on the kicker, I think this is
Try to focus on the business side. Like why is this implementation?
Where else do we register? Where do we buy routes with like credit card? GoDaddy registers with this. We're literally just buying a name and routes. So that's secondary markets for that. I think that we can add a strike. We add a strike.
So let's actually define that. These are proof of work mine. We are not making money in the OpNS protocol at all. But they are proof of work mine. And so there is some JavaScript miners around both open source. We also wrote a proprietary Go miner that, so basically we can, if you want to mine one of these things, you don't want to go through all the
Figure out how to do it yourself and pay the service, which
people to mine.
have a question. So, and forgive my ignorance there. I understand when you're looking at a URL, having a completely read off internet.com, it's super easy to remember. Like 1275. Okay. When it comes to your Venmo handle, I don't give a shit about Venmo because I just said the link. And so, what is this? Is it a consumer-facing? Like, what's the value in owning?
It's the same value of what people care about when they do register handles. Handles are valuable. A Satoshi handle on Twitter is valuable. Matter what people, they also matter for reputation. Also, I mean, something like this when you have scarcity amongst the names, you only have one of every one. You are Satoshi.
Well, I guess my question is, where does this face off against the world? Where is this handle visible?
So
What's
right. There's a couple different layers
Some
that
market prices where people are deciding what value each one are.
But where do I get to show off my handle? If I spend-
well, that's it. So there's a couple different aspects. So one, it's simply without some form of this or some form of a lot of the other stuff being built here in the kind of the legacy world of Bitcoin, someone just has an address, and it's sort of a 34 character or whatever it is. So PayMail, and then this kind of being a kind of a decentralized extension to PayMail, just gives you a way to say, hey, so I can put on my website, pay me at this. But then secondarily, and we didn't get into this here, but reputation systems.
Yeah.
This can get tied into on-chain social media stuff, and you're signing it with your identity. I want to get too confusing on what identity means because there's lots of definitions on this stuff, but you can sign it with your keys, essentially, attesting that so you're building your own reputation within the social network of on-chain stuff.
I think that's the big one.
So to summarize, I think that we talked about almost every technical term in the book here, and I think we may have gone over some people's heads, especially people who are new to BSV or non-technical, about what this is. But maybe, so you guys' submission, if I were to sum it up in one sentence in a nutshell, correct me if I'm wrong, you built basically a distributed or decentralized Venmo handle for receiving Bitcoin payments for the 2025 BSV Hackathon. That's fair?
Yeah. And the payment mechanism.
And all the technical stuff that makes it.
Yeah.
You build a distributed Venmo handle for receiving payments, so to an easy to remember name, you can buy a name, and there's no central authority that gets to take that name away from you after you bought it, and you can use that name. Right, you just have to be first. Okay. That's your guys' value proposition. That makes sense. Questions from any of the other?
I just wanted to give an example.
So would it be possible to sell this as a service to like X, where they could use it to create a market for names within X?
So I don't know what to sell it to them. They could certainly run an overlay. But there's not name spacing. Like kind of any server can host it, but the set of domain or of names is
So
globally.
X could announce that they're using this protocol.
Yep.
If you own the name somewhere else, suddenly it's an X name.
Yeah, exactly.
They could integrate this afternoon. So Jack Dorsey could be jack@x.com and receive payments there this afternoon if he chose to.
I think Jack, someone's already sniped Jack. So that's Jack.
It's time to start
So these
grabbing those things now.
Yeah.
Hackathon was created like 2 years ago, and it is this proof of work mining. So there was I think there was like 24,000 of them have been mined, and a lot of these are still intermediate things. So some of these have been around 2 years, and it's kind of but we didn't have any of this decentralized stuff. It was literally like you ran a miner on your JavaScript of your browser, and it would take the browser down while it was mining, and it's.
And we've been wanting to do this for a long time, so this is perfect.
Cool. All right.
How do you guys make? How do you guys make it?
One of the main ways is you guys operate a service that helps people find their names. And when people pay you with a Stripe or a credit card, then you guys can offer to help them get the name they want.
Yeah,
So that's one way that you can make.
and there's a couple different layers. So because you mine these things one character at a time, if someone pays us to mine something for them, there will be some intermediate names that we acquire in that.
And you can
We-
use
we
those
can
for other
resell
people.
those then.
Right.
So we can charge for the acquisition, the mining side. We can charge for the
Secondary market.
the secondary market. We can list the intermediate ones that we mine in the secondary market. And could potentially even, in fact, I was hoping to build in the payment middleware in front of our mining piece so we could do payments that way. But yeah, definitely, yeah. But there was one other thing. Oh, just for running the service. Like if someone wants to use OneSat.name to host their PayMail, we can add premium that we're only going to serve up the PayMails for whatever other process that we want.
And one last way, we operate other services that also happen to be central market, chart market. So those would also be some names. Inherently, I don't even have to change the code.
Okay.
So yeah, once that market, those
And we have
Other
if
things.
these become listed on this, automatically listed over there.
They're global. They're globally listed because they're all open protocols.
So an extremely highly technical, very advanced, but also compelling use case from Real Tool. So let's hear it for those guys.
Culture. Is this going to be
All right, start mining all the real funny stuff now.
No worries. No worries.
Do we want to move this?
So guys, do we want to kind of have a single place where we present?
Yeah, I think that place worked well.
Everyone see this?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, when I'll put mine up.
Same spot and present it.
Yeah.
So that
I don't know where are they gonna do it in the same place or are we just gonna keep moving? Okay. I think so, yeah. Excuse me. Oh no, I gotta get the judges. So I gotta get back actually. Huh. Up here, I think.
Okay, everyone got it right? Yeah, we got the screen over this way, so yeah, we'll just kind of, we're gonna try to do all the presentations in one spot.
Okay, everyone.
Let's just remain quiet while he's presenting, please. Thank you.
Okay, so we took the approach of applying BSV technology to the pharmaceutical industry because that's an industry that a lot of people have problems with. And one of the main problems we see with that industry is a lack of honesty and a lack of like truthful data. Pharmaceutical companies will put up ads for their drugs and they'll say like this drug may cause nausea, this drug may cause depression, it may cause hallucinations, but there's no real world like data supporting that anonymously at least. So our goal was to find a way to use blockchain technology so that pharmaceutical companies can get people to report the symptoms that they are experiencing anonymously and get paid for it. So our route was to make an app where pharmaceutical companies can enter the drug that they're creating and enter like information about it, what the shape of it is, what color it is, the color and everything could be used for users to identify like, this is the actual drug that you are taking because, if they're taking Adderall or something, but then the pill they actually get, like Adderall is normally in a capsule form, but the pill they're getting is like, just a red like circle pill, then maybe they're not actually taking Adderall. And then the idea is basically the pharmaceutical company puts in information on their product, their medication, whatever they're creating. And then at that point, they, rather than get the information from the patients themselves, because that could be gained easily, it could just be another pharmaceutical company pretending to be a patient, and then they could just, send in like 1 million surveys and just to make money, or they could write BS stuff to, just make their company look good and another company look bad. So the idea is they have to send it to a doctor, like the information about the medication to a doctor, because a doctor cannot make up stuff. If a doctor's making up stuff, that's going to look very bad for them. They can't just write fake prescriptions. And then the doctor will go and get surveys from their patients who they prescribe the drug to. They'll ask them stuff like, has the drug caused this symptom? Has it caused anxiety? Has it caused hair loss? And then the doctor will get paid for sending the surveys back to the pharmaceutical company, so the pharmaceutical company can say, here's the data we've received.
How the smart contract works is the pill maker, the person making the pill, initializes a smart contract with the name of their medication, the name of their company, and a bunch of other information describing the pill. And then they put a list of approved doctors who could submit surveys on their patient's behalf about this medication regarding symptoms for this pill. Once they create this contract, any of the approved doctors can submit surveys, and they're rewarded by tokens that are in a liquidity pool within the smart contract that the pill maker initially puts liquidity into this smart contract. So that way, doctors are incentivized to submit these surveys, and they're reimbursed for their gas fees, and are also no gas fees, very limited. So they're rewarded with a small reward to submit these surveys on behalf of the patients. And so the value add for the pill maker is that they have so we call this red pill feedback. So returning doctors into Morpheus from the Matrix, making them a central source of truth about their medication. They, at any point, people want to learn more about this pill maker's pill, they can look on the blockchain, and they can download a certificate that shows the latest states of all the survey submissions that have been made regarding the pill.
Yeah, so technically, basically, what's happening is there's a form that the doctor gets, and we embed that as an input with the smart contract that sort of propagates the questionnaire and makes it so that we can accept multiple surveys at once, and so kind of batch calculate our numbers and publish PDFs once a week. So what happens is we generate a PDF in script, and we store that PDF on the the reason we're using PDF, we spent a long time at ELAS hacking the PDF document format, and we actually found that there are standard fonts that you can use, and you can move the cursor around and inject raw text. But none of the PDF tools will allow you to do this because they all make vector text. And so we've got a way now to build in Bitcoin script JSON input PDF document where all of the text is ASCII, but it still appears like a document, and fonts have changed and color and everything, logos. And so we've created some examples of that.
Do you have a demo you want to show us?
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, do you want to start with the survey form? Yeah. And then I'll show the blockchain window.
So we have a computer that has.
This is when you come to Red Pill feedback, you can you're either a pharmacist or a doctor. In the case that you're a pharmacist or a pill maker, you go in here, you enter the name of your drug, your
We
description.
select it from a list that
Okay.
you're authorized to give feedback for.
Yes. Okay. And then the description of the drug, and then you put in an approved doctor that can submit surveys to your smart contract.
Yeah.
You can set your reward amount for every time someone submits a doctor submits a survey. They're rewarded with satoshis, and you can enter the total amount of funds that you want to put into the smart contract. So whenever you submit this initializes the smart contract and publishes it. And now what you can do from there is like let's say now I'm a doctor that prescribes this specific medication for my patients, and I'm listed as an approved doctor by this program. So I log in as a doctor, and like let's say like I'm a doctor and I have a patient, and I go through these questions asking my patient, hey, are you experiencing nausea from this medication? Yes or no? Are you experiencing headaches? Yes or no?
So the doctor can fill out that form,
Yes, or on behalf of the patient.
Right. and that form goes on chain.
Yes, it will.
Okay,
Yes.
right.
So when they click submit, what that will do is those results will be posted on chain. On chain, a PDF certificate is generated showing the cumulative results for all the surveys that have been taken for that patient, and then for all the patients.
So we've got some examples of those PDFs, and they're a bit clunky, but like maybe yeah, I'll just run. Yeah.
While you're pulling that up, in terms of technology, you guys integrated your attention is to use formalized practice presumably,
Yes.
and you have an identity certificate that attests to the validity that this is actually a doctor who has been certified.
Yeah. Yes.
And then you have the MetaNet client for making transactions.
Yeah, and there's another layer below that where you can actually also sign on behalf of the patient, the doctor, and
Right.
you know we can make all of that very private. And really, what we have here is some very basic examples. And so this is a PDF document that is output by the script, and you can open it and
You turn off your brightness.
And so we have, and what essentially each time it updates, all of these quantities get adjusted to reflect the survey result being received from patients. The reason we've chosen PDF is because we can be very, very specific about what.
You could even parse it programmatically in different scripts.
Absolutely. So as the survey results come in, we actually we haven't created it. It's a while, but we create the logic that changes these numbers, and so we always have to submit a 100% correct PDF candidate, and blockchain is checking our work against the survey results.
I have a question.
Yes.
Pharmaceutical companies are people that will be paying for the right?
Mhm.
Is this a cost-saving benefit to pharmaceutical companies, or do you see this as a revenue?
I think it could be
play
made.
for that. How do you think about
Be a
it? Why would
marketing.
they pay for this?
It'd be a form of marketing for the pharmaceutical company that wants to demonstrate the positive effects of the drug. So every drug's gonna have side effects, negative side effects,
Like
but ideally they want to market it positive.
Yeah, so
Industry standard.
Yes. Yes.
I typically have a rule that I don't ask a question at board meeting unless I know the answer. Right? So a pharmaceutical company right now has control over the surveys they get, and they selectively choose what they want to put out of the market. This means they lose control of the input, which presents potentially more of a risk than a benefit.
Yeah.
I understand that once it got to standard industry practice, this would be wonderful. But I would wonder how you get to that point, because if I was a pharmaceutical company, I'd be worried about my results automatically.
Sorry.
I think part of that is also they can see like whether their drug actually does what it's intended to do. So that way, like if they, let's say they find out that their drug has all these side effects that they weren't aware of, all these bad side effects that they didn't want to show up, then they could use that as an opportunity to go back and refine their drugs. So that
You're getting that data privately right now, right?
It's also about publishing good results too.
But you can keep this private until such time.
Absolutely. So
exactly.
the transaction that we put on the blockchain only holds a hash of that. So you essentially you get sent the PDF and then you check it against the hash.
So these little paper trail, I guess.
Just leave a little paper trail. And so yes.
I was just wondering if you could kind of seed it into the industry by starting off with having peer review, so it's like a popular peer review,
Yes.
and then on the back end of that, they'll work
I think there's a lot of other ways that this idea can be used, and it doesn't necessarily need to be medical.
But the organic standards, obviously, has become, for those who care about, the provenance of their food, organic standards.
We have other products that we work on. So this is a label that has NFC built into it. You can attach that to the box. It says a tamper seal. So when you open the box, scan the label.
That's like a provenance site.
Yeah. And then the survey is enabled, say, a month later. Proof that this has been written. And then you post proof that they've taken this box back.
Getting this into like but there is a huge wellness boom right now, right? Every wellness product says on it. It's like, well, how do I know it does what it says on it? I'm no proof. This would be a really good way to seed it. Your idea in that subcategory of product that's supposed to have a fundamental benefit to how people feel. It doesn't matter. Yeah. What's with all this? What's lighting thing? That really
I think like the FDA could create the smart contracts to and add the liquidity for doctors to submit surveys, and it could be stamped by the FDA. It could also in the future be multi-sig, and so multiple parties are involved. So it's not just one party being the FDA; it could be FDA and then other agencies as well that would participate in adding funds to this.
Or competing consortiums. Like you could make the FDA irrelevant if you could get. I mean, imagine having 100 million people who are like, well, yeah, the FDA says X, but 100 million points of data say Y.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then say, well, you guys need to have
Yeah.
The MMA's testing company. Everybody thought it was like the only
Right.
authority in town.
Yeah.
Until they were relevant.
Right. I realize it was just corrupt.
And if it's not working, like what a great way to track whether it's working or not. Yeah. If you can see a steady improvement, keep taking it. If things are off the rails, stop.
Yeah.
Peer review is always a much better system for judging the policy and regulation.
All right, thank you guys very much for such a compelling presentation. Who's going to be next? Just bring your presentation up here, so we'll stay in the same location.
In that case, let me get my bag on my lap.
What was that team saying? Sorry?
That was
Bloxers? Bloxers, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, with an X.
Bloxers, and just to summarize, more transparency in the pharmaceutical industry. Calling use case, right?
Big needs.
So next up,
Yeah, I don't know how much positioning that's going to help too much. You need a giant drop cloth.
Okay, Matt Archbold. You've probably seen me online, Archie. I made up for BSV. But, kind of preaching to the choir here, but when I tell people, when I try to convince people like the benefits of Bitcoin, blockchain, and micropayments, I start asking them like, hey, what Google services do you use? Use Gmail, use Google Search, use Google Maps, all YouTube. What do you pay for those services? Well, you don't pay anything. But these companies provide these services. It costs hundreds of millions of dollars to run, and they have that much profit on top of it. And where do they generate all this revenue? It goes straight to advertising, but it's really targeted advertising, and it's data. And all the big companies today, Facebook, Twitter, how do they generate all this revenue? So this is what shows you the value of data. The problem with data is to get the value from it, you have to aggregate it, analyze it, and then you get the information, you extract the information from the data, and that's what's valuable. You can't sell a single piece of data because the value of a single piece of data is worth way less than it would cost to settle the transaction using trusted third parties. But with micropayments, that's not the case anymore. So how do we take our data back? What I started with here is I took the MetaNet desktop and I just added a tab for now that creates a web browser. So instead of just doing like a browser with a plugin to your wallet, I did it this way. And there's other ways to do it. And so when you search an address, I'll go to the Wikipedia for Craig right here. It's going to get the HTTP headers, which is going to request to set cookies on your, either in the browser, depends on what browser you're using, how it's done. But right now it's going to intercept the cookies. And if they're required cookies, there's a couple tags in here that it checks for. If they're required for the site to run, it lets it go through. The page will load. If they're third-party advertising and tracking cookies that aren't required, you can reject them. A lot of them will do that, but right now it just stops it, and it stops it, and it creates a smart contract. So use script, call it cookie contract right now. It's really simple, and it only has the address for your MetaNet desktop and an amount you want to put out there. So this will all run in the background, but you go ahead and allow it, and now it just issued. Now that you allow it, it issued a cookie, or it issued a cookie contract that's now out on chain, and then you can put that in an overlay, like the cookie overlay tracker, and make a market so these data aggregators can then go look for it and then pay you. Once they meet the conditions of your contract that you put out, then you can set the cookie. Then you can set the cookie and push it. So right now that one's here's the transaction ID.
Could I just ask a quick question now?
Yes.
So let's say 1,000 people visit the site and 500 accept the third-party market cookies, and 500 fall into your world. The marketer could then review the visitors on that site and say, okay, I have 500 people data I can use, and there's another 500 who, if I want to, I can buy through this mechanism. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So you put a browser into MetaNet desktop. You made it into a web browser.
Yep.
That's crazy. So this contract, basically, a user, instead of setting a cookie, it's like the website says, I want you to be tracked. And instead of just saying, sure, yeah, you can track me, it says, no, you can't track me. Here's, if you want to track me, you have to pay me a certain amount of money that I decide. Correct. And then only if they accept it will you actually set the cookie.
and you just want it all running in the background.
Yeah.
And then hopefully the data aggregators on the other end, there's going to build a marketplace with these overlays. It just all runs in the background. Obviously, they're going to want to know what they want.
Yeah.
We want to sort the cookies.
And they get to decide if they're willing to buy the data or not based on the price that's set by the user, letting the user decide to set the price.
So this is how the users back there, the data sovereignty that we talk about. And then one of the pitches might be, hey, the internet's not free anymore. You're still the product, but now you have a choice. They're going to pay you to surf the internet. Every time you go to a site or a link, it's always happening. Data brokers might not like it at first. They're not going to like it at first because, well, hey, now they're not paying anything. But they're still selling the data for what it's worth. But a savvy one will say, well, if I pay enough people, yeah, my margins are going to be smaller at first, but then I'm going to get more. If people like getting paid, then I'm going to be the one who gets all the data because I'm paying. I'll have a bigger pool of data, and then that's what will give me the advantage in the marketplace.
How do you protect against bots being set up? You get the question.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and I think a lot of it you're not even going to be able to until you try it and see what people do.
The overlay could track some type of certificate of authenticity.
There's probably lots of ways.
These are cookies actually coming from, I mean, these are just like web cookies, right? So it could be anything from a site that wants to leave something on your site, or it could be your Google login where it's following you across every place you go. And so there could be very little value or a lot of value because it's just using the browser cookies and whether you're allowed to.
And there's a lot of questions that answer about cookies. I'm no expert on how these work.
But presumably, in a Google standpoint, it's connected to it's just like the ones that they're getting for free right now that they're setting. So your actual usage and tracking your actual usage helps that bot thing because you've got an account with them and you've signed into that account with them and their cookie is tied to that account.
And then also it's really just the user experience. I kind of want the browser first because that's what I want as a user. Hey, now it's Web3, the first Web3 browser. Yeah, people have tried it. I like the Brave browser a lot and their approach to doing it, but one, they use the wrong chain. And they haven't done the cookies yet. They do that advertising, which people can choose and not. Sometimes I personally won't want to be advertised to, but some things I do like. I got a bad shoulder. I was talking to my physical therapist and I was coming down here. He says, well, how do you even hear about something like that? Well, to the internet. And I would like to just put settings in the browser like, well, hey, I'm searching, politics right now. I don't want to be tracked when I'm doing these searches. Well, now, I'm searching BSV stuff. I want to be tracked because I do want to be fed, this thing that I'm interested in. And so it's backwards compatible with all of Web 2, and then even, just embedding all of the identity stuff in there with the logins are all in the browser now. You have to create accounts. It has your attributes. If you need to do KYC, it's already just in the browser, and this experience feels like what everyone is already used to today backwards, and then it just kind of does Web 3 as the transition goes through.
What I love about this is it's about basically we, the users, standing up and saying, no, I will not accept your cookies. No, I will not tolerate your BS anymore. Pay me. Thank you very much, Matt Archie, for such a compelling presentation.
My last comment is just, it's not Web 3 if I can't sell my cookies. So.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah, we said CTS. Necking CTS.
I've got CDS.
And the one after that, that's for references.
So who's next?
SMB.
SMB, BSV?
Yeah, that's us. We're coming up.
Okay.
All right, Colin.
Is been.
I've been trying to.
This is a little bit.
Similar last.
Maybe we should.
You guys realize there's a stage back there? Stage here.
Yeah, it's right in front of the really bright. It's right in front of the really bright light, but yeah, it's fine.
It's just a different approach.
Yeah.
You just open it. Oh, you get some.
If people want the best experience, they should be at the next hackathon in person.
Yeah. We'll have a drop cloth next year.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name's Colin.
And we are SMB BSV, onboarding small businesses to crypto payments and certified reviews. So a lot of small businesses have a lot of waste. Businesses lose their money, taking 2 to 3% on transactions with the payment processors. Our solution is a toolkit for small businesses to directly accept cryptocurrency payments to cut out the payment processing fees. Customer purchases are validated through a certification process to promote trust and transparency. And this enables businesses to incentivize positive engagement and reviews for customers and rewards and affiliate marketing. So we're calling Amy and Michael, and SMB is a toolkit that helps small businesses onboard for cryptocurrency onto BSV and maybe in the future accepting money. Business information is owned by the business. Only customers who have a certificate for the product are allowed to write a review for the product. And businesses can offer rewards to help build brand loyalty and awareness. Again, I already mentioned, like, we make it easy with onboarding for crypto payments with a MetaNet desktop wallet, verified purchase certificate for purchases, and a direct opportunity for affiliate marketing for the customers. Business benefits are integrated customer engagement marketing, opportunity to incentivize reviews and brand loyalty for reward offers, and certification helps the business build brand trust and transparency. And here's what we built.
So during this hackathon, we started from nothing, hadn't used any of the tools before, and so it was a learning experience for us. We haven't slept yet. There was a lot of head banging a little bit, trying to find some small bugs. But what we've achieved so far is an example for an individual business. So this is just the starting point, and we have a lot more to continue to develop on it to provide the value for both the customer and the small business. So what we have here is what we call the BSV bike shop. So you can imagine a small bike shop. It could be online or in-store and in person. You could come, you could say, I want to buy a bike. You click checkout. And then during the checkout process, so we're leveraging the MetaNet desktop wallet for the identity and verification. And as you can see, I like bikes. So I've made a lot of bike purchases so far. But if you see number 7 down there, so 1 asterisk, we haven't got to the decrypting of the certificate yet to display the information, but that's a follow-up step. And then say, for instance, oh, hey, I want to buy an e-bike. So we can check out. And oh, hey, we went from 7 to 8 certificates. So the steps after this are, once we have these certificates, now you can start providing reviews for individual businesses, leveraging overlay services for aggregating and distributing out that information to people. And then on top of that, so the big value add, you have 2 value adds. You have value add for the small business and also the customer. So for the customer, it provides an open source way for distributing of information, not being controlled by big tech companies who own all this data. It can be distributed across everyone. And users can partner with the small businesses. So small businesses are using things like Square and other payment processors that are charging between 2 to like 3.5% on all transactions. So using BSV with minimal cost to make a transaction, then you're able to claw back that percentage and use that directly for marketing via offering affiliate programs for you are a customer, you've been to a store, and say you're referring to other people. When other people come in and use your referral, you get a percentage of their sale. So instead of it being 3% to the business that they're losing, they could charge like 0.5% that goes back to whoever referred them to the business. And then the other portion too is you can leverage that for ratings and reviews. So say, for instance, you really appreciate all the effort that someone is putting into a review and rating it very highly. By having people interact with that for a business, they can generate revenue based off of the information that they're putting out there. So there's very much value add for both small business and the user, and we very much see it as BSV is phenomenal technology. However, we need to start onboarding more businesses so it can become widely used and accepted. So another call out here that we mentioned was about stablecoins. Shout out Money. Is Money and stablecoins are a way to help onboard people who are unfamiliar with blockchain or scared of cryptocurrencies. Having a stablecoin allows businesses to just have a fixed price and someone pay it. They can on-ramp and off-ramp it via Money, and then they don't have to worry about the behind the scenes. It just works, and they're saving that 2 to 3% on all processing payments.
Okay. Cool. Nice. Yeah. Thanks, guys. So your demo so far.
Yes.
You have a shop.
Yes.
Someone can buy something from that shop, and then they get a certificate.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned, is that like when you own that product? So you bought a bicycle here.
Yes.
And for every product that you buy, the shop is like issuing a certificate of authenticity saying this is a legitimate owner of this product.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned about reviews. So to connect some dots here, reviews on products that a person purchased could be traced back so that the person who, when you write a review, it's verifiable that you actually own the product that you're reviewing. Is that what you?
Yes. Yeah. So that's one aspect, and also just being able to review a business in general. So you can either tie it to the product or the business as a whole.
So you either, you get verified, like, yes, I actually attended, I have been to this restaurant, and then I can write a review, or I've purchased a particular product, and then I can write a review. I can see the compelling value proposition there with blockchain, I guess maybe fighting against fake reviews or something. Just kind of wanted to try to connect some of those dots.
Yeah.
Further questions from?
There's another component where when you think about influencers, the validity of true influencer these days. No one believes that Kim Kardashian actually likes the fruit juice she's drinking, right? We know she's paid for it. Whereas this means there's such a shot there, so you know that if they were to post about it, has validity. How do you think about what's your revenue? Like, what are you charging? Who are you charging? You charging the customer? You charging the business?
Yeah. So we could charge both. Mainly by providing the service, you could take a fraction of the transactions across all of it.
So you just undercut the interest 50 basis points.
Yeah.
And then my other question is, how do you get this into the hands of two parties? So are you thinking you'd have to partner with a Toast, a Stripe, or would this just be purely e-commerce online? And then from a consumer side, they have to have a wallet they're funding, right? Mm-hmm. How do they think about that? Are you going to have like your own specific application that facilitates up against?
Yeah, so this is where looking at a lot of existing options like Rock Wallet, like MetaNet desktop client, more people are making easy ways to acquire BSV and Money, and pretty much everyone has a smartphone these days. And also most of the tablets themselves are also some sort of smart device. So there very much can be a way where you have an iPad, scan a QR code, pays.
Merchant app, consumer app.
Mm-hmm.
Just app to app.
Yes.
Right. And just so that people are aware, money, when we say that, we're referring to a particular USD-backed stablecoin.
Yes.
Not
yeah.
necessarily
I was
just
like, are we just
all...
applauding money?
In the T-shirt, I love MNEE.
Right.
Money.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you guys very much. Oh, further questions? Yeah.
Have you thought about people who might buy a bike and then return it and then write a terrible review? So can you somehow rescind the certificate?
Yes, you could totally have the store rescind a purchase after the fact.
What details are going into that certificate exactly? So
Yeah, so we're going to extend on top of it, but the primary thing is product ID, product name, date of purchase, store ID,
Customer identifier.
and customer identifier.
The subject of the certificate is the person who purchased the product.
Yes.
yeah, okay, great.
And then also, just to one point that Rob brought up about the influencers of like, you can see if someone really likes bikes and they're a bike influencer. So you could actually track, oh, does someone actually use this product all the time? Or is it just, oh, hey,
Right.
someone's
They
getting
do
some
some
cash.
poser.
Or how
Oh,
many
hey,
bikes
hey.
does this person actually own?
Yes.
So did you get to any of the selective disclosure stuff for verifiable certificates?
No, not yet. We're there's still more to dive into.
Okay, cool. Nice.
All right.
Wonderful.
Cool,
Thank
guys.
you, everyone.
Thanks. Compelling presentation. Talking about talking about authenticity with certificates of ownership, and then there's some other aspects too. So, what do we have next? Rogue Platypi.
And then after that, it's gonna be.
All right, Rogue Platypi. Great.
All right, so I'm going to start off like motivation for this. I'll then go through a couple of value propositions, and we'll kind of walk through the tech, and I'll explain, what's happening, where, potential value gains, revenue streams, things like that. So why I chose this idea is like, what's popular? I want to make something that's popular. One of the aspects of this is the business side of it. So what do people like? So I think from the user perspective, users like money. It's kind of an obvious thing I learned in my last business. If you incentivize a competition or something with some form of monetary compensation, people start to write bots about it. They start to do Android emulators to try to run through and do your stuff. So that's one side of the equation. And then how do they get that money? And that's more advertisers. They love to pay to try to get something in front of you. And so what's the current state of that is, well, Instagram. You as the end user, you go on Instagram, you see all these ads, and due to like the creative distribution, the top 1% of influencers, that's what they call the influencers, they're going to get 99% of the attention there. And so the value flow there is that the advertisers are going to pay Instagram to shove those ads in front of you. They're also going to pay influencers so they can the Kim Kardashian one, so they can mention a product to get in front of more people. And so I call this ads direct because it's more direct to the user, and then you as the user actually get some value from that. You want to watch an ad, you can actually get paid for watching that ad. And it's more just advertising, and so you can use this for educational videos. I was thinking about the Bitcoin, or BSVA, the Bitcoin SV Association. You guys could do it for educational purpose. The Babbage, you guys could do it for potentially onboarding. Think of it as a potential faucet as well. And so you want to onboard someone, what do you have to go through right now to get to Satoshis? You have to go to a centralized exchange. You have to do KYC verification, enter credit card information, driver's license, social security number, all this pain points, which most users, especially inside this world, are not going to want to do, frankly. And so it could be used as a faucet. You create an ad with an introductory video. There's some questions and answers to make sure people actually view your ad and understand it, and they get paid for that. So, and also it could be used for like embedding inside of a social media app. They watch an ad, you pay the user, and then they can continue using your app from earning those Satoshis from watching that ad. I know we don't like ads, but it's a reality, and so I think this is the most ethical form of ads to the user. I want to emphasize as I go through this project, it's up on GitHub. You guys can, rip the whole project, make it better. You can also take key facets from this project and integrate them into your own idea. I took a lot of ideas from Jackie's project, the market one, and that helped a lot. So as I go through this, I'll try to point out where you guys could do improvements and things like that. But make it better, make some money, contribute to the ecosystem. And then a couple of use cases here is like imagine incentivizing learning. So BSV courses, I already mentioned that. Imagine, I got that one too.
I got that one. Okay, and then another thing is like, this is a topic, right? And so when I publish this, when I broadcast this to a topic, you know, I'm using it for this purpose to show the ads, but you could also create other tools on top of this. So you could create something like an analytics layer to like look at all the ads out there, look at what, you know, the current pricing is. And so you could, you know, market that to advertisers. So the advertiser comes to your thing, they look at current prices for the ads that are currently out there. And that way they can price it competitively inside the market. So it's a very flexible idea. And then also, like, what's Facebook's superpower? What made it so great? And that's like the targeted, or not great, but like effective. It's targeted advertising. They farm your data. You don't really know about it, and they shove ads in your face that are, you know, in your area of expertise, or in your area of interest, I should say. And so this, imagine like you have, and I haven't integrated this quite yet, but this is just an idea. You could integrate the certificates to like have demographic certificates. So if I expose demographic information, I get paid more. And that's consensual, and it also is incentivizing and allows you to see ads that you're more interested in. All right, so that's the basic idea. Now I'm gonna go through the flow and I'll kind of explain things as they go along. So right here, this is like me and an advertiser, I would come to this portal. I can upload anything I want. You know, you can send it to other media. I'd use it for video because I think that's the most applicable right now. But right here, I'll just go through it really quick. I really want people, and you can also do it for fun, right? I really want people to see the squirrel video. It's a really cute video. It's funny. So I'm going to say SQIRLL, but spell squirrel right. Doesn't really need to. I'm going to say it's just cute. You can write a little description here. You can also in the future add like categorizations of these. And so maybe you're interested in sports. And so maybe, or let's say videos. And so when a new movie comes out, you know, they could spend a few $1,000s here promoting the video. And you as a user, you're interested in videos anyways, or movies anyways. So why not watch a few ads, make a little bit of money doing it? So I'm going to select the video file and my cute little squirrel video. And then here, this is using UHRP, which is another overlay network. And so another thing that I like to point out about this is you can host these overlay networks that are kind of core. So UHRP is like the Universal Hash Resolution Protocol. So you can basically host files on the blockchain, or not host them on the blockchain, but host the hash of the file and then resolve that and actually be able to find the file. And so another potential mechanism here is like you can see the value of doing those base layers of overlay networks. And so, you know, maybe you find a popular overlay and you just put up another overlay and try to make some money off that. So here you can specify like the storage duration. And so that's part of the UHRP protocol. And it's like maybe this ad campaign is over 30 days, maybe it's over 60. This is where you would do that. So right now I'm just going to do it for, let's say, 4 days. And then here it's like a reward per answer. And so if you didn't have any quiz at the end of this, you could just bot this. You could just have, you know, AI go through it, etc., and just and farm this. And so I thought it was simple and easy to just do like a simple little quiz architecture. It's like you watch this video, answer a few simple questions about it, and you're paid based on those correct answers. Once again, you could integrate, you know, certificates with this, where it's like, you know, it's 10 Satoshis if you answer and you don't divulge any demographic information, or it's 30 Satoshis if you divulge demographic information. And maybe an extension of this is you could select which demographics you're trying to target with this app. So right here, I'm gonna upload the campaign. Nice little pretty UI. And it's doing all the negotiations right now, so it's paying for the file hosting, and then it's also paying me, or not paying me, but it's doing an advertisement to create this transaction, so I will track it. And so that's one potential value gain here is when they upload these ads, you can take a slice of that as the overlay network to say, hey, you're gonna pay me a little bit extra in order to host this on my network. So here it's been hosted. So now I go over to manage. So these are all the campaigns that I have with right now. So you can see there's like a funding history, how many Satoshis are available for each ad campaign, and these decrements. It also says like when this campaign is going to expire. And so down here, this is my new one. And so I'm just going to say I want to fund this campaign. So now I'm going to say how many views do I want to fund this for? Do I want to view it for 100 views, or do I want to fund it for 100 views, or 1,000, or 10,000? Essentially, you have to fund it up front, and then people are going to slowly, you know, earn those Satoshis, and it'll slowly deplete the funding of it. So right now, I'm just going to fund it for, let's say, 10 views. And you can add multiple questions and multiple answers, right? So is the squirrel cute? I'm going to say yes. And so an improvement here is like right now I just have text input. I do lower casing to try to make it a little bit easier, but you could do multiple choice. You could really do any sided format. I would recommend like multiple choice, maybe some short answers if it's like very apparent. What's the background of this? What color of hair is this person? It's really flexible. And so here is a squirrel cute. I'll do
one more. I'm just going to type blue. I'm going to say the answer to blue is blue, just to demonstrate the multiple questions, multiple answers. So now you can see this campaign is funded. It's ready to go. It has, I should have showed you the math on this, but it does math behind the scenes where it's like if you have 2 questions and each answer is worth 10 Satoshis, and you have, the math doesn't really matter. But anyways, it does the math to make sure that, when you view this, it's not going to get like a weird number of Satoshis in the background.
I notice it's not popping up on the MetaNet desktop. Is that because you pre-authorized a certain amount?
Yeah. I just pre-authorized like, I don't know, like 50,000 Satoshis, so I've gone through this so many times. I think I have like 87 transactions. Okay, so that's the whole process of like, hey, I want people to see something. That could be educational, it could be advertisements, it could be a funny video of a squirrel, it could be you're trying to promote your social media account, anything you want. And you can extend this to be multiple media types, not just videos, and you can also potentially add like links inside of it to like, hey, if you click on this link, like there's a lot of flexibility and a lot of ways you could build this out to be more complex and more effective. And now as the user, I'm gonna come over here, I'm gonna be like, hey, what ads can I watch today? I want to make a little bit of Satoshis here. I want to use, one of your guys's platforms, and so I need some Satoshis in my wallet. And that's another thing. Is like, let's say you open a new overlay network. You could advertise the overlay network on this so people actually come and view your stuff. Okay, so now I have this. I've already watched all these other ads, so I can't do it again. That's enforced on the back end. You guys can look into the code there. And so if I watch that here, it pops up. You can see the cute little video of the squirrel. You can see I can't fast forward through it and stuff. There's more protections you can put in place in the code to where people can't skip through the videos and things like that, track it to like how many seconds they've watched, etc. But this is just like the simplistic implementation that I could do at the time available to me. So you can see the video is completed now, and now I go through the questions. Is the squirrel cute? I'm going to say yes to that. I think it's really cute. That's like an English squirrel.
It's like cute-ass squirrel.
And blue here, I'm just going to type in blue. So right now I'm going to submit this to the back end. And that's going to verify the answers with the answers inside the database. That's not exposed to the client, so people can't cheat. And so I'll submit here, submitting. And what this will do is it'll calculate how many correct answers you have. It'll return to the front ends. You get a cute little animation that says you have earned 20 Satoshis. And obviously those prices are arbitrary. You could pay thousands of Satoshis or 2 Satoshis. It's up to you. Is there anything else I wanted to show? I think that's mostly it. The idea, I guess, simple improvements that I kind of thought about here is like you could do filters. So you could do categorization when you create the ad, and therefore and you could create a better front end where it's like, give me the categories of all these ads. That way, when the client comes there, they can pick the category that they're more interested in without divulging demographic information. Or if they divulge demographic information, you could reward them for that, and it's like consensual divulging of information, which is good. I think that's all I had there. Does anyone have any questions?
Nothing different than Archibald's. I just, in terms of the concept, you're just trying to cut out the middleman, right?
Yeah, and so I figured like think about like efficiencies of the system. And so like if you have Instagram, which has these ads, and you have a company that's paying Instagram to then show these ads to the user, like that's going to increase costs because there's more parties involved. Everyone wants to take a slice. And so this is like cutting out the middleman completely. And it's not just ads, like it's like anything you want the community to see and reward them for that. So I really like the idea of like onboarding is using it as a faucet. And so like I said, going through a centralized exchange, that's tedious. You have to do verification and things like this. And so this would be like, hey, if you want to join the MetaNet, well, download the MetaNet client, go to this link, watch this video, and boom, you have 10,000 Satoshis in your wallet, and you can start operating within the MetaNet without ever going to a centralized exchange.
So are you the advertiser essentially? You become the advertiser?
I'm the person that like hosts these ads, and it's a little bit complicated there, but like I host these ads. These ads are publicly available, so like if you wanted to, you could start a competing overlay network, and you could like look for, like when I broadcast, you could look for that. And you could grab that and you could, start your own competing business against this. And then like the advertiser could go to your business and be like, if they come to my business, they see their ads after they upload it, they're like, hey, this guy's UI is crap. Like I'm going to go over to this other business that's competing with them. And I already see all my ads there because you guys have been consuming it, right? And then you guys can provide your own UI on top of that to provide a better user experience.
So I think when I look at this, I think there's risks that you could end up with people just running ads in the background, sitting watching TV, watching Netflix, and just getting paid for run ads, right? You try to mitigate that with the questions. I had the misfortune of running a compliance department, and so I know how you can hack all of those things. If people just put it on play, leave it in the background, and you can pretty much guess the questions, right? The squirrel is definitely going to be cute. That's always going to be the case. But I think this is really interesting if you can apply it to things like information delivery. So let's say that Texas has a new transport system coming out, and their goal is not to convince them to do anything, but it's to just get that message to as many people's hands as possible. Motivating people to consume it there would be good. And then the other thing would be like something that is actually people are excited to consume, but you want to get widespread implication. So like the Jaguar rebrand, for example, is something that they wanted everybody in the world to see, and you could create a big buzz on that by having like a decreasing payout depending on the first people to watch it. The first 100 get paid X.
Yeah,
the
that's
next,
a great idea.
And it decreases as time goes by, and it gets more viral.
Yeah, I think it's very flexible, and so like you could definitely integrate ideas with that, and then depending on like obviously the squirrel is always gonna be cute, but like for Ty, like in order to sign up for this, you had to take a quiz that you had to go through, and those answers were not easy, for example, and so it's up to the advertiser or the person showing the media how they want to enforce that. And then also like I could do better at enforcing on my side. Like there's multiple mitigation techniques that you could utilize. But yes, that's definitely a valid one, is that people are going to try to bot this. That's inevitable, and so you have to put in protections in place, and these are the protections I've come up with so far, but there's definitely more that
An AI could watch the video.
yeah, exactly.
Like the
But
Gemini
it
has
also
video feed input.
costs something usually. It's like if
Yes.
you want to have a video analyzed and to be able to answer the questions, it's going to cost something. If it's a 20-minute video,
Right.
that's probably going to be a decent amount of CPU power. And so I don't know if the incentives would really be there for that.
There is no squirrel.
There is the squirrel never existed. Any questions further? No? Thanks, everybody. Yeah.
Another compelling presentation. Watch ads get paid on Web3.
Speaking of get paid.
Yes.
Get paid.
Speaking of get paid.
Afterwards, it's better.
Right.
Hello, everybody. My name's Ishan. I'm working on Get Paid, which is, in one sentence, it's going to create monetary incentives for developing on open source repositories or open source projects. So right now, I have a demo app set up. It doesn't really use everything, but I don't know if you guys can see, but it takes me to a GitHub OAuth, which allows me to sign in. And then it'll pull all of my repositories, and then display them here. So these are all my repositories, and I can view issues in the repository. So how the funding and it's kind of like a bounty system. So you have issues on your repository, and then you want to fund those issues and get them fixed, or like feature requests. So you can all do all that. I don't have that set up yet. I kind of have the back end kind of working, but essentially you click fund bounty, right? It would show up, it would ask you how much you want to fund, and then it would authorize with the cert server. I've also set up a Git cert. You can check it out in Get Paid on the BSV Hackathon repository. But that essentially gives you a certificate tying your GitHub handle to your MetaNet ID. So when you fund a bounty, it'll check for the signature from the certifier server and the signature from the repository owner when you fund it. But I'm running on like no sleep.
Take your time. Take your time.
This is awesome.
So, great.
Yeah, I haven't implemented it yet, but you would use BSV's overlay services to store the bounties in local storage in MongoDB, and then look them up, so query them, and you'd have like a tab where you can look for bounties and then find one that you kind of want to implement or develop on, and you get paid for doing that. So, and where you can make money on this is you can either monetize getting a certificate from the GitCert server, or you can monetize You could just add like a service fee for every transaction that goes through when a issue is solved or a feature is built. So I think that I want to build it on BSV for BSV so that we can start getting development going and have incentives for people to develop on it. They can get paid to do it.
Rip up your contracts, boys. We're using this from now on.
So I think it'll just recursively fuel development on BSV, and if I can get it working, obviously. But yeah, it's a really simple idea, in my opinion, straightforward. If you have questions, I'd be happy to answer. So far, I've implemented the backend topic manager, lookup service, all of that.
You wrote a smart contract in S-Strip
Yep.
too.
I was going to ask. So how is it that, like, so I own a bunch of repos. I want to sort of certify that someone has, or well, I'm certifying myself as the repo owner, and users that are fixing problems are certified also.
To the certifier server.
Yeah. So I understand that part. So when I say like merge the PR, that
it'll check for both signatures, and then obviously the repository owner has to like look through what they made, see if it actually kind of works.
Yep.
And then they click merge on there. So I'm going to integrate. So this is a GitHub app.
Yep.
That GitHub has
to authorize.
Yep.
So
Yep. It has OAuth, and then you can use webhooks to record events. I haven't implemented that,
okay.
but
That's really cool.
it would track everything like that. So as soon as you get like a pull request, it would show up, and then you can review that. And if you want to complete that bounty, you can click merge and pay them, and it's as simple as that.
Okay, got it. So it would pay them and fire the required webhooks to actually work with that.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Wow. So to summarize for some of the maybe non-technical or less technical people, in open source software, we have this idea that all this code is kind of freely out there, and you're just expected to collaborate on open source projects almost out of the goodness of your heart most of the time.
Yep. I think that's a problem.
And so that's why we have proprietary software. It's like these companies spend a lot of money to pay engineers to work on proprietary things. What this does is it allows for people who are working on open source code to get paid when they contribute to the software ecosystem that everybody can benefit from, versus having the proprietary model. So
and I think that companies will really enjoy like coming in to sponsor these huge projects that they could actually get people to work on rather than just relying on the goodness of people's hearts.
So we just to give some perspective, we have used a platform like this. I won't say the name because I'm going to use it as a bad example, but they took 50%. So we actually paid them double what the developers ended up earning from contributing to various open source projects. So the margin for this could be, what do you think?
I haven't really thought of that. I've only really thought about getting it up and running, but I would most likely charge for certificates to use this service.
Yep.
And then maybe a tiny service fee.
Right. But the point is you have a lot less overhead.
Yeah. And it's like buying a game. You buy your certificate and you can play the game.
Okay.
And you're only one provider too. So if you charge too much, there's an overlay network that's out there that's distributed, right? So other people could conceivably, this is open source software now, because you're eating your own dog food by building this open source. Which is so thank you for that. And then anybody could come along and like stand up their own if you're charging too much.
So what I could do basically by building this is all the projects that you guys are working on. If you want new features like for the who presented last? For that you could add correct. For that you could add just an issue and detail like what you want, a feature request, everything. Or if you have no idea how to code, you can just create an empty repository, add a README, add an issue, fund it, make it happen. Right?
Yeah.
So
this is less of a question for you and more for the judge thing. If this improved the adoption of BSV, is there a scenario where the BSV corporation fund this themselves?
Yes.
So there's your revenue model.
Yep. That'd be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. I have to get it working first, though.
I've been looking for someone to build projects.
Should
Wow.
have
For like
bounty
3 years.
to him.
So the bounty for you to finish your software can be built with your software.
Exactly.
All right, guys, big round of applause. Thank you very much.
You don't get paid until your code works. That's how you get paid.
If the pull request doesn't merge, you don't get paid. All right, who's next? Metawatt. All right.
Hello, I'm Ellis and this is Mitch, and we have created Metawatt, a peer-to-peer energy trading platform. We've used overlays and baskets to track watts from producer to consumer. The Bitcoin transactions contain energy data. So some of the fields include the amount of energy being transferred, where the energy came from, so like geographical location, and importantly, what kind of energy it is. So is it green energy? Is it solar? Is it, it just adds more detail about where the energy came from. With the aim of changing energy from fungible to non-fungible, so you can see exactly where your energies come from, and the price of the energy might change based on what kind of energy it is. So we have a demo here.
So we've got a little demo. You can purchase renewable energy certificates here. It'll prompt your client, it'll allow it, and then that will get added into your personal usage data. Then you can claim that. And now you've successfully created an audit trail of where that energy came from and then how it was spent. In production, the regulator would basically be issuing these certificates. So we're trying to tie two things together here. There's two important standards that we're trying to get BSV to act as a backend for. So the Open ADR standard is Open Automated Demand Response. And then there's also the granular certificate standard of energy tag. So both of those combined allow what was once a bifurcated market where renewable energy certificates were traded on the megawatt hour versus power, which is traded on the 10 to 15 minute time scale. What BSV allows you to do is it allows you to actually get down to the granular data on where a watt is from and where it's going, where it was stored, how it was stored, and you can get price signals nodally, which is a very important thing when we're talking about grid resilience, and that's really the problem we're trying to solve. The software is great, but the big problem is that the grid is, particularly in America, is fragile because it's centralized. Bitcoin allows for a decentralization opportunity because we can get the nodal price signals and allow people to see where assets are needed and why. It also allows the market to pinpoint exactly what kind of asset it needs based on who's going to be buying the power, whether that's Google or a homeowner. If Google needs to buy clean energy, they need to put a battery near a solar field so that they can prove that they have the clean energy, and they can also pay more when it's needed. If anyone, say an aggregator, so an aggregator would basically be looking at the entire market, which would be on an overlay, and it would be reading the market to see where the signals are. It would have assets, which would be clients, that hold baskets of metawatts that have their particular energy properties associated. they could read the price signals that are needed by Google, Microsoft, the homeowner, based on their particular tolerance for, pollutants, price, those different things. And the aggregator can now create specialized portfolios for each and every client that they serve, which has never been done before and would completely transform the electricity.
I have a question. So you have a wind turbine and a coal electric produced battery, both feeding into the same battery storage, let's say. You're not actually making those watts of electricity fungible, non-fungible, right? Because all you know is that a percentage of what goes into that battery is green and a percentage is not green. Is that correct?
The electricity is the electricity is fungible. The accounting can be non-fungible with microtransactions.
That's what it is. It's the accounting of it.
The accounting is what's key.
Yeah.
Because everyone's tired of seeing greenwashing that isn't actually. If someone plants a tree in Scotland, then all of a sudden we're good to burn coal in California. That's not how it works. So you can pinpoint exactly where you need energy to go, and the market will tell you exactly what kind of energy it needs to be.
Yeah.
So I maybe missed some detail while you were showing us the demo here.
Yeah.
So the certificate is capturing what data and who is the subject of the certificate?
So in this particular example, this is more of a granular certificate, but we want to have a producer put a bid out on an overlay, and then the client, which would be an aggregator. So in OpenADR standard, it's basically a top node and an end node, which is the standard hierarchy of IoT networks. So the overlay would be the top node, and then the MetaNet client would be the end node, and then you can continue to branch those out. So your top node could be the utility. The end node could actually be an aggregator that has separate end nodes all the way down. And so this represents a much simpler case where it's just a power purchase agreement rather than a distributed market.
Right.
But it could potentially be expanded using the Babbage stack.
Okay, but drilling down into the details, so what are we looking at here? What did you actually implement, just so I understand?
So we actually implemented it's basically a to-do app. So this is getting the This is getting the kilowatts, the location, the date, and the price.
Yeah. So you're putting that into a push drop.
Yep.
Which is okay.
And then that goes into you claim it with your client. Then that gets spent when you claim the actual certificate.
Yep. Okay.
How do you embed this into the existing energy network? Like, how do you track this across all the different sort of energy distributions, all the different background? Like, do you have to partner with the existing network and have a touch point as it flows through every single node in the system?
The regulator would be issuing these certificates.
And so this only works if you get regulator adoption.
It would be helpful for sure. Yeah. You could go to co-ops. Co-ops are actually a really good use case, or microgrids, but particularly for regulators, when we're talking about granular certificates, the regulator always has to issue the granular certificate. In this particular case, it's a little bit more challenging because we're trying to take it a step further with the automated demand response part. But just for the granular certificates, they would issue the certificate. It goes through each and every storage device, and then once it's consumed, the cycle completes, and you spend the transaction back to the issuer, which is the regulator. They would keep the audit log on probably an overlay network, because that's who cares about it. They need to know where it went so that they can prove the claims that are being made.
So a regulator would make this standard protocol that would then impart that on the power grid to say you have to enforce this, you have to embed this into your
process and track it so that we can have total oversight.
Yeah, ideally it lets the regulators release their death grip because they can actually see what's going on. There's no more Enrons that are, telling people to turn off the power plant and then moving power out and then moving it back. Everything is identity tied. You've got to have a certificate to move any power. You've got to have a certificate to be part of the network. And we wanted to implement, and this is something that maybe is part of Overlay Express that I haven't messed with, but having an identity so that you can't see or you can't spend any transactions in an overlay unless you have a particular identity certificate.
Like a ring fenced overlay.
Yeah, and that's really what I would want to implement in this scenario. Then you can get the sort of hierarchy tiers where it's like the utility has a microgrid inside, and that utility is part of a larger regulatory body, and that body oversees the entire market, which is how it actually works.
So if I was an end user and knew they had a certificate that was drawing from that power grid in times of something like surge pricing, would there be a way that I could respond by maybe like lowering my thermostat or something? How would that work?
So the aggregator would take care of that for you as an end user. You would be in a contract with that aggregator, and you'd let them know exactly how risky, not really risk for you. The aggregator's taking on the risk in the arbitrage, but you can say, I want to always keep this amount of energy in my battery, and they will abide by that as your customer logic, and you can hard code that because all of this can be created on a smart contract. And so you would say, this is how I want my assets to be treated, whether it's a smart thermostat. I don't want my house going this cold ever, and so they'd cut it off there. Everything else would be automated, and the aggregator is taking on the risk of the arbitrage at peak times so that they can lower their overall cost and keep you as a customer.
Cool.
I have a question, sorry, you might have already answered this, it's a little hard to hear back here, but at the end of the day, would you call your products a facilitator for green energy or a energy pricing mechanism agnostic of where it comes from?
We're energy agnostic.
Okay.
We feel that the market's going to find the winner. If the winner is green, great. But everyone's got to compete the same. That's not to say that the government can't subsidize a direction it wants to go, or a particular utility or neighborhood even. But yeah, our technology stack doesn't do anything but facilitate frictionless markets.
So, there's a lot of government incentives that incentivize you to build your own energy source, right? Solar panels or heat incentives, but they're all local energy providers. Naturally, they're less efficient than en masse energy producers. So this gives a way for governments to incentivize the end users consuming the right type of energy.
And distributed energy resources are actually a lot more modular. You don't have to rely on the economies of scale as much, specifically solar and battery. So this actually gives you the opportunity to be your own utility and plug into the aggregators that are giving you the best prices. And that creates a much more competitive environment on the grid and makes things move, which is not happening in this particular industry.
Sure. Thank you, Megawatt.
Awesome.
Calling presentation. Who is it? Yeah, come on up. Cool.
Yeah. How do I spell the name, sorry? Say again?
Calhoun, C-A-L. H-U-N.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. We have built a arcade that is pay to play for a chance to win a lottery. So where did we get the inspiration from? When we were younger,
in class we'd get laptops, and when the teacher wasn't looking, we'd go to a website and play games, right? So that website was called addictinggames.com. It still exists. Sounds like some people know it. The problem with that website is you go to it and you get bombarded with ads, right? You got to click exit out of ads. And then when you go to click play, you got to watch a 30-second video, right? Very poor experience, but the games there were great. Despite all that, they actually were just bought 4 years ago for $35 million, I believe.
Yep, $35 million. We plan on bringing gaming to Bitcoin. This is just one example of what we've done, but we want to make hundreds of these little games that cost microtransactions. This is a fun one that we thought about, which is Star Runner. You want to give a little demo on that?
You want to show them?
Yeah.
So we integrated the MetaNet wallet as well as we use the payment middleware express. So
Connect wallet top right, insert BSV. Approve the transaction right here, allow, and click the cursor. Into some processing.
So you've just topped up your balance on the site, essentially.
Yep, and we're good and we're live.
Very cool.
Awesome. What happens is when a user wants to play, they hit the pay endpoint. We make sure they pay. After they pay, we make a JSON web token with a secret that gets added to like their user session, and then when they want to start the WebSocket, right? We consume that web token, and the session started. So now let's show them the leaderboard.
Yes.
So we got a leaderboard here, right? We track all the scores.
Using your BSV address there. We plan on implementing a smart contract to where we pay out the top 3 or top 5 winners, however we decided. So you can actually start winning and start making money off something you control. But right now, sports gambling, it's becoming legalized across the country. People are betting on things they have no say in. So why actually bet on something like that when, how about you play something that you have skill in and actually have say in, and you can play your friends in, player v player, and that type of sort. So we're going to bring gaming to Bitcoin, and there's not a better way than utilizing these microtransactions.
The way people get paid out now is we made a lottery smart contract. It has a fixed participant list, which is 5 people. We make 3 different transactions, right? There's a queue on the far left. You see that's where all the all the plays that have not been entered into a lottery yet. Once that hits 5, we actually deploy the smart contract with those 5 addresses or identity keys. Each identity key gets a nuance, a random nuance. And then from there, we fund the lottery with the payments that they made to our backend, right? And from there, we sum up, we convert the nuances to like a big integer. We sum all of them up and we do a modulus. And and then based off of, where you are in the array, right, that's who the winner is. So we have like a provably fair lottery on BSV right now, and it works.
Nice.
It's paying winners out, and it only happens once there have been 5 participants that have not been in a lottery yet. See the lottery itself, you can see each identity key and each nuance. So, you can prove that the winner is the winner.
You should sell that to McDonald's.
Sell it to anybody, yeah. And then, you have a chain arcade address similar to Mountaintops, right? You can check the balance and then finally import the money. And that's, how a user can claim their winnings.
In terms of monetization, there's multiple avenues. You take a slice from the lottery that is automated. You can take a slice from the high score winners. If you want, another great idea is you can introduce promotions into this. So if Coca-Cola wants to put in a can to the map, they could do so. If a Goodyear wants to put a blimp in the map, they can do that as well. You can have a game centered around an actual company if they want to sponsor it. So there's multiple different ways you can actually monetize this. And we saw that Addicting Games was just recently acquired in 21 for $34 million. So this avenue, it's starting to grow, and
honestly getting tired of advertisements. So I think a better way is a microtransaction route.
That's all. Thank you,
All right.
guys.
Congrats.
Awesome.
Compelling presentation once again, and let's see who's going to be next. We have who? Hodlocker. All right, come on up.
Bitcoin's alive, guys. It's I can't believe that I'm here right now in this moment in time, where I'm finally seeing Bitcoin breathe for the first time in a long time. So first and foremost, everyone here, you guys are warriors. You guys are doing a work of love first and foremost, and for that, I'm personally extremely grateful. We started off as a grassroots movement within Bitcoin after all of the psyops and everything that we've suffered through in trying to figure out how to best communicate with one another. And before we knew it, we realized that we had created the foundation for the future of any business use case that needs proof of funds. It's a big concept to wrap our heads around, and I'm going to show you guys the market size that we're dealing with and the incredible opportunity that we all have in saving people billions of dollars. So I want to introduce to you guys the concept of fund locking, and that is the merger between Babbage, the Babbage stack, money, because that is the stablecoin that we have now, and locking itself, and this is brought together by HODLocker. So we have a combined market cap of the entirety of business sectors that use proof of funds in their dealings of around approximate $523 trillion. This is a big deal, and we need to save people money. Real estate alone spends around $500 million in escrow fees. I have a lot of family that works in the real estate, in many different types of real estate ventures. And I see them constantly paying escrow agents a lot of money for proof of funds. What we have right now in Bitcoin is the ability for every one of you guys to crowdsource your own startups here on chain, to communicate constantly with the best signaling mechanism that we as Bitcoiners have discovered, and for us to source our own capital. The real estate market itself is the largest asset class globally of $326+ trillion in value. Annually, around $23 billion are transacted, which means that you're looking at around $500 million in escrow fees. International trade escrow market alone is around $320 billion spent in escrow fees. Mergers and acquisitions, $35 billion in escrow fees. Government contracting, public infrastructure, $200 billion spent in fees. Construction in the private sector, $390 billion spent in fees. Venture capital, startups, $8 billion spent in fees. This is just crazy. What we realize is that what we were doing to help each other out as Bitcoiners is that we have the ultimate escrow agent, Bitcoin itself, that saves everyone time and money, while at the same time giving us the best source of signaling that cuts through the noise of the internet. Locking in Bitcoin started off with n-lock time. Who here understands and knows n-lock time? Yeah, there's a mad scientist out there that did a whole class on this by the name of Craig Wright. And that really caught my attention because he explained how malleable n-lock time was. And this, after all of the pressure that we've had throughout Bitcoin's history, as Bitcoiners, we were trying to figure out how to best communicate with each other, cut through the noise of the internet, find honest signaling amongst one another. And we realized that locking up Bitcoin, hodling Bitcoin behind messages and data that we find important is the best way for us to interact with each other. It's not a locus for truth, but it saves us time, because what yours.org, the old yours.org was doing was liking by paying sats. That could be easily cyber attacked as well. I could have 99 accounts that all like one single account, and it gives everyone the impression on the network that that one account is very popular and that this content is very well liked. But in reality, I was just cyber attacking the whole time. So we are at the cusp now of, by incorporating Babbage and its cool certs and its digital identity certificates to create the social proof that we need. Where like the cool cert, for example, steps in, and then the entire community can back that with their Bitcoin or with their money, which is, in my opinion, the Tesla of money. I was at the Tesla shop here across the parking lot, and I had a conversation with the manager there. Turns out the guy has a crypto startup out of Estonia. So I'm like, oh, really? Download money, the money wallet. I sent him a penny. He looks at me and he's like, no gas? I'm like, yep, just like Tesla. I closed him right there. He's like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. And started talking to the other guys about it, showing them, like, yeah. So this is a Tesla of money. We finally have it. And when you incorporate money, the stable coin, with locking, with what we call now fund locking on HODL Locker, you open up a malleable world of use cases for all of us to just choose as ingredients and create recipes to serve this $523 trillion global aggregate market in need of saving fees, in escrow fees. Yes?
Got a question. Love your passion. You really care about this stuff, and firstly, want to give a little intro, just so people maybe they don't understand what locking is. You prove to the world that you've frozen up some coins for a length of time, and you can also put a message on that, so everybody can kind of see why you've frozen up, say, $1,000 for a year. You can't get the $1,000 back for a year. That's a little intro to locking, just so everybody's aware. Right. You have these ideas, and you've talked about integrating these components together. What have you done to do that? Do you have a demo for us? Do you have an application?
Yes.
What have you worked on?
So I'll take. Here, 1 second. Everyone everyone log into hodllocker.com right now on your laptop or on your phone.
Does it require the MetaNet client? Or does
No,
it go
so
to...
it works on mobile. So everyone, I'm Zero on Twitter. I go by, my real name is Juan. And 18 months ago, Jack Liu started Spaces talking about the logging ecosystem. And I found it really interesting how we could, all the info on the internet we're gonna have a lot of content, and we need to sort it in a nice way. So the first experiment was hodllocker.com, and it's available right now. If you go to hodllocker.com, it's a social media, but it's like an open source Twitter using BSV. So basically, in terms of like the practical, like what we have going right now, we have a new feed. We search the posts by the most recent ones. And we also have a featured feed, which searches by the latest lock on the system. And the most interesting feed.
Talk louder.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so we have also a top feed where it's gonna rank the posts by how many locks they have. And we also have some sorting mechanisms where it's by day, week, month, year, and all the posts that we have. So you could try it out right now on hotlocker.com.
Are you using an overlay to facilitate the tracking of these transactions?
So not at the moment. I'm using a personal database.
Okay.
But I've been talking with some other stakeholders in the ecosystem. It's something I have to talk with like Chat and all the other social media platforms to get an overlay system going. Because right now I'm paying like, I think most devs pay like 30 to 50 bucks on Superbase. That's what I'm using now. So it'd be cool to have nodes of the overlay system where people can share it. And that's something that I want to keep talking with David and Satchmo to get accomplished.
What components from the hackathon tech stack have you incorporated?
So I incorporated the SDK, the newest one.
At BSV/SDK?
Yeah, the TS SDK.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's all about putting your phone out and showing people what's possible on BSV.
Yeah.
But we could definitely integrate the MetaNet desktop.
Your
It's just I had
intention-
already built it already, so I was
you were
switching out the
right.
parts of it.
You're trying to integrate some of these components into an existing project. Have you
Yeah.
pushed any code? Do you have a repo?
Yeah. So I pushed all the code.
Oh, very cool. So
Yeah,
you
yeah.
pushed the code to the hackathon repo.
Yeah. So all the code is there. It's all going to be open source, so people could build on it. Something that's interesting about the overlays is with the locking. If it's something that catches on, it's keeping track of all the active locks, and then being able to use real-time analytic databases like ClickHouse to make it really fast. So we're always seeing what's the top lock content, and we could trust that content. Like Raf mentioned, it's not about doesn't show you the truth, but it like limits like what we're.
It shows that
it saves us
somebody
time
has-
because I'm sure everyone's on Twitter and
What
all
it
these
shows you
social
is-
media platforms.
Yeah, it shows you that somebody has locked up a certain amount of money, or maybe a group of people have locked up in like support of some cause, and then you can see that much of it. So it doesn't tell you what's true, but it's just an interesting signaling system.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
Right.
And so we would invite all of you guys, please upload the work that you've done throughout this hackathon to HODLocker. So yeah, we all have, same communication using Bitcoin itself as the system by which we, rank our content. And we can also, the big takeaway here is that on-chain matchmaking is possible.
Yeah, if you use an overlay for that.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool. We'll check it out. I would encourage you to integrate the MetaNet desktop. And if people support standards for, getting everybody on board with the same wallet and with overlays, I would encourage you guys to let these guys know whether you would appreciate using the MetaNet desktop as the wallet implementation and then overlay services. We can be interoperable. We can standardize these things. It's an interesting idea. Thank you for presenting it.
Thank you.
I have a few
Further questions from the judges?
Yeah. What can you attach the smart contract to that locking mechanism so that the fund to release it when set events occur?
That's possible. Right now we're using a lockup script by David Case that just uses unlock time. So it's just like a time-based.
But you could attach smart contract to it.
In terms of like certain like actual in-person things that happen.
Yeah. Certain like verifiable events.
Probably
Well,
with
like
an
money
Oracle.
clearing or.
Yeah, that's possible with an Oracle system. It wouldn't be on chain, but you have to trust that
And
the
then
Oracle is.
You talk about a massive tab, right? How do you think about what is the beachhead use case where you think we're going to go after this corner of the market where this is going to be the easiest way to implement that? What does that actually look like practically for a end user utilizing this technology?
I think the most accessible one is here in this room. Crowdsourcing for our own startups, for our own businesses, for our own open source apps. I think that's the first MVP use case that I think it's most agile, something that we can all be part of. Again, HODLocker is a grassroots movement that started here, specific to us, that uses the original Bitcoin locking script from Satoshi. And there are right now there have been and there's still right now there have been 8 implementations of HODLocker in the history. So everyone from Greg Ward to Babbage, Locksmith, like there's a lot of different HODLocker, Cabal Alpha from Wags, Locksmith, Babbage, Satolock from Greg Ward, RetroShare from Shua, Yours.org from Twedge, TreeCheck, Chitlocker.
And if I could interrupt you, I just want to try and I'm struggling to see, visualize the actual use case.
So
Right?
I'll
bring
show you.
Bring it back to like.
So I haven't mentioned.
I'm
like-
selling a house, or what's
So
when is useful?
I recommend
getting on the website. I'll show you some features. So right now I have, let's say someone posted right now watching one and rap present about locking. So I'm gonna go ahead and send them $5.
So you're demonstrating the payment rails of Bitcoin.
Yeah, so this is
Yeah.
the microtransaction.
Right.
I don't have enough money on this account, but it would send them $5 and then the transaction would be, we have a money feed, so you can see the most recent payment that has been done.
But I'm still losing where this is going to fulfill an escrow problem. What? Give me a business example. Like
So-
a customer that's going to come in and be like, this tool is going to solve a problem better than what the existing.
So
tools
the
like it's gonna
escrow
do.
system is something that's high level. Right now what we have is the social media aspect, where creators can come. We have embeddeds for Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Well, not Instagram, but I want to add Instagram and TikTok. So you could actually post Twitter content and have people, you as a creator, get paid directly in BSV. And because a lot of these platforms are taking 30 to 50% from creators. So we could index Twitter. We could index the whole content that creators have been pushing on BSV and let them get 99 to 100% of what the value that they're creating.
Right.
And right now there's no fees on HoloLocker, but we want the locking is free, the money is free, so there's revenue potential in terms of adding fees. And Rock Wallet has a really good referral system now, where if you get people to sign up to Rock Wallet, they have a $50 incentive. So I would like to add that on the site and just get people to use BSV as a system. It's competing versus Silicon Valley, so it's a big challenge, but for everyone in the room, has a big potential.
Like I said, there's already 8 different implementations of HODL So the components that Babbage offers and with money, it's easy to configure a crowdsourcing platform that acts in parallel with HODL where HODL becomes the Reddit of all the locking that happens in the ecosystem. But we can have specific app use cases for any business need, or even just matching sourcing capital on chain for the startups and the apps that are here.
I did want to mention we have a leaderboard. So we've had over $1 million worth of BSV locked up in terms of throughput. But right now I have a leaderboard of just the active locks still in the ecosystem, and it's 207 billion satoshis. $60,000 worth of value is right now
Currently locked up.
Yeah,
Cool.
on the social media. So,
Thank
and
you,
that's
guys.
from like 18 months ago.
And where do you
up
go to
now.
see that?
On hololocker.com.
In the white paper, it mentions escrow services. As far as I'm aware, this is the first service that I know of that fulfills that. Was it money that made this project possible?
Well, money takes away the volatility. So by now having money, identity is very important with like pool certs or any identity.
You'd have to integrate that into the.
Once we integrate all these things, we finish integrating all these things, like we have the recipe for many use cases to fulfill these escrow needs. Yes.
And it's interesting because in terms of like the David case brought up of the one sets, it's something that could be used on the platform as well. So right now I have the username, just my name, but I also have Satoshi, a handle for Satoshi that's on the database. So it could be, we could use the one set names in terms of like making a marketplace that's on the front end for people to use.
One last thing, and to answer your question specifically of what actual use case to tackle first, I've been racking my head around that. And honestly, this is a group project. We would have to sit down with someone like you and really like, hey, what are we going to tackle first, And yeah, and go from there.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, peer-to-peer voicemail. Cool.
Yeah. I have had one of the best weekends I've had in a long time.
You know, I've been thinking about Bitcoin since I think 2011. I think I heard somebody mention it on a podcast back then. Didn't really see it as a way to make money, but I've been totally following along, thinking about it all the time. And I just don't meet people in day-to-day life who've ever heard of it, you know, especially the original protocol or scalable Bitcoin SV. So it's a real treat to be in a room with so many people who have way more knowledge than me. I mean, usually I'm like the expert, but I just have so much to learn from you guys. So it's been so much fun. I mean, I haven't slept much, but one of the best weekends I've had in a long time. And Bitcoin, I mean, a lot of people think of it as peer-to-peer electronic cash, and it certainly is. But I've been thinking more and more lately about peer-to-peer applications. And people don't really talk about peer-to-peer applications on other blockchains or at all, really. And so my mind has just been going over what kind of peer-to-peer applications could we make? And there are things that only require two people. And one idea I had was voicemail. You know, you have something to say. There's another person who you want to hear that. And it really shouldn't involve a whole lot more than that. And, you know, there are privacy concerns. But really, with these tools we have now, it's a simple thing to send a message to somebody else and have them receive it. So I was looking at these, especially the Babbage tools, and it looked like something that was possible, and I'm finding out it certainly is possible. So that's what I attempted to do, and basically P2P voicemail on Bitcoin. I tried to integrate as many of the Babbage tools as I could, so I'm using the MetaNet desktop client. I'm using the Cars. I actually deployed the app to Cars. The tooling y'all have is really good, so it's actually running online at projectbabbage.system right now, and I've been a web developer for a long time, so I've really just been tweaking the user interface like constantly for the past couple days.
Do you want to walk us through your front end?
Yeah.
So what's the flow? What does a user do in order to use this application?
So in order to use this application, you need to fire up the MetaNet desktop client and go to the website. When you go into the website, the MetaNet client is going to ask you for permission. It's like, as y'all talk about, it's like the app is logging into you. So the basic flow, I have a section where you can create a voicemail. I have an inbox where you can get voicemail from other people. I have an archive folder because you can actually attach money to voicemails. You could sort say someday you got a lot of voicemail, you could sort them by how much money is attached, and that might be a way to avoid spam.
Yeah,
or it might just be a way to send somebody money. If you know them and you're leaving them a voicemail, maybe you want to or need to give them money for some reason. And then I have a way to create contacts. And the voicemails are encrypted. It's peer-to-peer. You're sending it directly to another person. And I integrated micropayments. And then also you can create and manage your contacts. And those are encrypted too.
So your app, you can like record a voicemail for somebody?
Absolutely. So yeah, most web browsers have a way to record audio, and it'll just ask you for permission to do so. And so I'll demonstrate the basic capabilities of this app. So on the record voicemail screen, there's a few steps. I integrated the React identity client using the identity tools that you guys have.
That way you can see who you're interacting with.
So there's an identity card that you can wrap their identity key with, and if there's certain certificates you could trust, it could be like an email certificate or a phone certificate, or you'll see their name, but there could be any number of certificates in the future. So you can search for an identity if you just know their public key. Or you can select from your contacts. So from my contacts here, I can pick a recipient that'll pop up, and just my UI is kind of cool. Step 1 turns green because you got that done. Step 2, you can start recording. So I am recording a voicemail. Then you can stop recording. So step 2 is done. I put a field so you can add a text message. So you can say hello, and that's all private. You can't read it just by looking at the blockchain. It's just between you and that other person. And then you can attach satoshis. So it's a minimum of 1. I do have a maximum. It's like 1 million satoshis, which is like 0.01 Bitcoin, which is about 30 cents. But I mean, that could be lifted. You could attach as much as you want. I have an option to save a copy of your voicemail that you send to the other person if you just want to save a copy in your sent folder. Or you don't need to save it, and you can just send it to them. There's like a confirm screen. You can listen to the recording. Hear them.
Is your
oh, my headphones on. So I am recording a voicemail. Yeah, that's what I said. And you got your message. You got the satoshis you attach. So it looks like I attached 75,001 satoshis. I didn't mean to attach that many, but that's okay. Confirm send. And when you confirm, it pops up in the MetaNet desktop wallet and says I'm spending 75,001 satoshis, 134 satoshi fee, which is tiny. I think that's less than a penny for a short little message. And you click allow, and it usually takes a few seconds, but when it sends, you get a pop-up. So it said success. And then if I go into my inbox, it's loading. So it should pop up in the inbox in a few seconds.
Quick question. Where is it storing the data itself? Storing transactions? Are you using baskets?
I'm using output baskets for everything, but then I learned that output baskets only work for you.
Yeah.
So if I'm sending voicemails to myself, it just works for me. So then I started to use a new library, like listing messages, message lister today, and you can message box, and yeah, you can basically take the transaction that I was going to put into an output basket, send that whole transaction to somebody's identity key, and then they can listen for those transactions and display them. So I'm integrating output baskets, but I had to do it another way to send it to other people.
So when you say you're sending the voice message to someone and you can add note, but no one can see that, what did you mean by that? Like the data is it going in the transaction at all? Is it just within the message that's stored in the at the moment, and then
it's all in the transaction,
okay.
in different outputs, and you encrypt it to their private key. So they're the only people.
So you encrypt
You're
as well.
encrypting it.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to make that clear.
So it's actually private encrypted voicemails.
Yes.
So
But
your
it's only as private as your phone.
Yeah.
Or whoever's, like, I wouldn't assume nobody's ever going to find out what you say, but it's way better than.
Of course, if you
Then-
have it up
then-
there and you play it in front of a whole bunch of people, and they're
Yeah.
gonna know what your
It's
voicemail.
I think it's better than sending it to Google Voice or any cell phone carrier. And
How's it different from like encryption in WhatsApp or Signal? Like, how is this a better solution than what's already available?
well, that's a good question.
Payment aspect, right? Like to mitigate spam, I guess.
Yeah, you can attach money. Maybe it could mitigate spam. It's so simple on the Bitcoin protocol. It's like a lot of people could come up with different ways to do this. If your interface is really good and you could charge micropayments and get a lot of users, let people attach videos or do group chats and things like that. There's kind of really no limit to what you could do to do something better than Signal or WhatsApp. It's just whatever features you want to add to something like this, you basically could.
Something that Rob might not be aware of that I want to mention is the message box service is monetizable through Microsoft. The idea is that Signal owns the servers that run that stuff now, whereas actually distributed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when I think about something like this, it could be a viable business idea if you can provide micro value and get a ton of people to use it. Great. But it really just makes sense. I just think peer-to-peer, it's just a voicemail between two people. And it doesn't need to be a lot more complicated than that. But I imagine at some point there could be a MetaNet client, basically the desktop wallet that just comes on a cell phone, and maybe you'll see more people using apps like these. I've heard people talk about how with Bitcoin it's kind of different. It's like somebody who works at one accounting firm might not really care if Goldman Sachs has a really good year because they're not that related. But with Bitcoin, it's just cool to see a lot of people using Bitcoin. Like if I see 1 million people using Bitcoin and I'm a fan of Bitcoin, I benefit when they do well, and sort of vice versa. So I'd like to see a lot of people just use Bitcoin. But I also like money, and I'd be down to come up with a way to attract a bunch of users. And there's just so many ideas for peer-to-peer apps. I mean, this is a hackathon. I've been at this for like 3 days or something like that. I could come up with a lot of other ideas, I'm sure. But this is interesting. I mean, it's hacked together. Like, I got to refactor the code. I'll keep working on it, I'm sure. But I'm going to be thinking of other things too. That's what's kind of cool about this. Because there's so many ideas. Because basically nothing's been done yet.
Also, another unique thing about these messages is that they're timestamped and they're immutable. It's an evidence source as well.
You can't lie about what was in the voicemail, I guess. There's a paper trail.
Yeah, it doesn't really go away. And a bunch of the tabs, like the archives and the messages you save that you sent to other people, I don't have a delete button. Like for all these voicemails, I have a forget button. Like you can just forget about it, but it's still on the blockchain. If you were clever with code, you could go find those and decrypt them again at some point in the future. But it'd be really hard for somebody else to get into your messages.
Right, good. A lawyer identity or these are my patentable idea identity, and you just send yourself, I had an idea, I had an idea, I had an idea. And
Yeah,
finally,
I've sent myself so many voicemails because I can only run one MetaNet desktop client, so I had no way to by myself experiment with sending it back and forth. It could be just like a note-taking app, like the way people carry around those little pens and take voice notes. This would be a great way to do that.
Presumably this could be used to combat fraud that is being made much more available through AI right now, right? You put an AI model to take my voice the way I speak.
Mhm.
This could be verifiable because I'm logged in as me, right? And therefore the bias notice.
Yeah, identity resolution. Interesting.
Yeah. You could integrate identity certificates.
Make sure it's verifiable. Yeah.
Well, as much as you trust the issuer. So I think there's going to be identity issuers who do government IDs and phone numbers and email. And you could probably do a combination of those. So maybe you trust somebody who has all three of those and maybe not think you're talking to an AI. But that would be a good business opportunity, is to be like the most trusted identity certificate issuer.
Follow-up
People
question.
probably pay for that.
Yeah, so I have friends in the security space who joke about WhatsApp because they say it's end-to-end encrypted.
Mhm.
But the question is, which end? You know that you might be end-to-end encrypted, but they might have another end at some other point. So with the blockchain component, are you proving that it's just end-to-end and that's private?
Yeah, it really is, because it would just cost an absurd amount of money for somebody to crack your encryption, at least these days. So it's end-to-end. I mean, it's my phone, which is like AT&T, which I don't know. They might know about all my voicemails. I don't know. So you can never be sure. But it's way better than just trusting a random company, and it works just in a website. So what I'd really like to see is to get the MetaNet tooling as an app on your phone, and if it really gets big, it'll probably just come on everybody's phone, just in the background, and you could start using apps like this. And I think people will choose to, for sure.
Thank you. Debatable? Yeah.
Debatable?
Yeah. Come on up. Yep.
How am I spelling that? B-E-T-A? Bolt?
Beta Bolt.
Beta.
Oh, Beta Bolt.
Bolt
with a
is
T.
in all caps. Oh, it's Freddy.
Yes.
Dang, yeah.
So, for everyone who hasn't met me, my name's Freddie Honan from Dublin, Ireland. I work as a contractor for ELAS, Brendan, since, when did it start? Over 4 years ago. My project basically is just a demonstration of our new token protocol. I tried to integrate it into the MetaNet desktop app. Didn't exactly complete it, but I'm going to give you an overview of what we've achieved. So I'm sure some of you have heard of the back-to-genesis protocol, or the back-to-genesis problem, which is something that BRC 100 tokens or BRC 21 tokens, I'm not even sure, the ordinals still suffer from. Right? David Case made a video the other day. He was populating his overlay by scanning, using the Jungle Bus app. Well, with gold tokens, you no longer need
to have the full token history. And with a pair of transactions and 2 unspent outputs, you can prove legitimacy of the token, where it came from, what transaction ID it came in, and which public key, e.g. issuer, created the token. Currently, in the code that we've got submitted, you'll see kind of an example of the NFT solution, but the protocol itself, we've extended it to full fungibility. So we can split, merge, exchange, and melt. Ty says there is no BRC20 because the ERC20 is its Ethereum competitor. Well, I propose that Bolt might be something that we call it BRC120 or something. But so effectively, what happens is that the tokens themselves, they enforce themselves forward via push TX, hash outputs, validation. So you cannot spend this you cannot spend a token unless you're spending to another token output. Unless you want to melt the token, in which case you're provided with a null context, and that's you declaring it. This token is now, returns to its normal satoshis. Each token contains just 1 satoshi, and the protocol depends on subsidiary outputs, which we call bolts, which is a bit confusing because that's the name of the protocol. So the acronym is Bitcoin Original Layer 1 Token Bolt, or just to piss BTC guys off, Bitcoin Original Lightning Token Protocol. And it's not going to take 18 months to go to release. So what happens is that basically there's a mint occurs, and in order to transfer the token, the token owner sends the token to himself, but he also creates a bolt output for the intended recipient, and then he flips the token again and sends the token to the intended recipient. Now the bolt output in the middle transaction remains unspent, and that gives the mathematical induction proof of sequence. So a mathematical induction proof, you've got a proof base sequence and there's an inductive step. But basically, when you've got a pair of 2 transactions, 2 unspent TXOs, one being the token itself and the other being the subsidiary bolt output, you can then, what happens is after 4 transactions, the token rebuilds in full its ancestral, its ancestral transaction from 2 transactions ago, which means that you cannot counterfeit these tokens, because in order to counterfeit a token, you need to counterfeit a previous token, and in order to counterfeit that, you need to, well, it's actually you need to counterfeit the pair of tokens, the pair of transactions. So that's how the back to Genesis problem was solved. The loop is closed now. And yeah, and it just continues on like that. So there's a commit transaction. This is committing, say I want to send the token to Degan, I'll commit the bolt output to Degan here, and then I send the token to Degan. And then Degan wants to send the transaction to Brendan, send the token to Brendan, and he sends the token to himself, but he commits a bolt output to Brendan, and then he sends the token to Brendan. And then Brendan then has the bolt, he sends the token to Brendan, but he's got this bolt left over, which is included in the TX4. And TX4 rebuilds TX1 in totality, and because we're spending from it, it's a legitimate record. And that's basically how it works. Fungible token operations are shown here. In order to split a token, we create 2 bold outputs, then we create 2 token outputs, then we can split. Then they can be spent individually, and each bolt is then linked up. It's the same with merge. Well, actually, in fact, with merge, what we do is we spend the 2 token inputs into one transaction, into a single token output, and then that requires the previous bolts, so the double transaction rebuild.
Yeah.
And let me see, swap and exchange. Basically, very simply, it's similar to merge. But you basically, there's no exchange rate, but in order to swap, say, $5 for $5 Australian, you would simply split that balance off and then agree with your counterparty and swap directly 5 for 5. And then the tokens can continue on in their life cycle. And the chain cannot be broken because of the enforcement of the protocol itself. It's contained in the token script. The subsidiary outputs, we call them pay-to-public bolts. It's a simple pay-to-public key hash script with, we push the hex B017 for bolt, and then in the locking script, we just check to see that that's it. So that's just so that a wallet can consume these UTXOs and realize, okay, this is a bolt. We need to save this. This isn't normal.
You're following the protocol.
Exactly. Right? Following the protocol. Don't spend this, by itself.
So
because it's, yeah, sure.
You're describing this bolt protocol.
Yeah.
What are you submitting for this event? Do you have a
yeah, I can show
an
you
implementation? Have you implemented this? You're working to implement this with the new wallet.
With the new wallet, yeah, exactly.
In the BRC100 world.
So what I was doing was I was minting a token outside of the code base and then importing the raw transaction in here. And let's see.
So this is really more infrastructural as well.
Yeah.
It's like a building block that we could use to create some useful potential tokens or.
Yeah, well, it's essentially, Ethereum fell under CryptoKitties. I made a tweet when I released the Bold paper directly to Vitalik Buterin asking for his feedback, whether he liked my new protocol. And then I promoted it for like $50. And it had over 100,000 views. He never replied. Nor did Charles Hoskinson. So, in any way, let me just see. I was struggling with the beef, atomic beef. What the hell is atomic beef? But,
95.
Yeah, but so this all. This all. Okay, TX already known. Okay, and then that hit the initiate action, and now it's within the wallet, and we can see that this token here has come up, and I can click transfer, and it's just going to flip it to itself. But the transactions are not being broadcast because I never got around to that. Now, this could be fun to see, just if What's on Chain will broadcast the committed transaction. So let's just see.
You're just going to take the TX hex and then
taking TX hex, broadcast it,
doing it.
Okay.
And now it's
It actually worked.
Now it worked, and now we're going to take
settle live.
We're going to take settle transaction. Wherever that is. We're going to broadcast that. Broadcast. Here. So here's our bolt token. There's the output. The script is here.
And now that's going to be in one of the inside the wallet for use.
Not yet.
No?
No. It's on chain though.
It's on chain.
You do internalized action though.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That was the next step, effectively. So where the code ends is I call the bolt library to transfer the token, and it returns the pair of raw TXs ready for broadcast and consumption. But you can see here in the bolt script, the genesis point will always is here in obviously this hash, not the TX ID. But if we go back. So it starts with 8F6 and ends with 75F.
So
And
reverse,
they're their mint, and it is, yeah,
reverse by order.
5F5, and it ends with.
Okay. Has anyone? So I'm aware of Bolt, just full disclosure.
Yeah.
Has
It
anyone?
was a funny story. I remember talking to Dagan about this problem because lots of people were trying to solve it. And even before Xiaowei called it the $1 trillion problem, and first he called it the $1 billion problem, but then he said, no, it's a $1 trillion problem. And it was like, I think it was 2018, and the cryptocurrency market cap was $1 trillion. So now I suppose you could call it the $3 trillion marathon. But anyway, I was in a meeting with Dagan just before the Bitcoin Association stole them from us. And I was like, Dagan, why don't we just rebuild an ancestral transaction? And Dagan, as usual, just went like this. I wasn't watching this video. He was like, yeah! So we figured it out there then, and that was... And then it took an awful long time to actually implement.
Has anyone attempted to break it? Has anyone attempted to forge Bolt token?
Not yet, Dagan. Actually, that's why we haven't gone to release, because there is a threat vector currently, which is closed by Chronicles. So when we're able to check the transactional context in the script sig, it's impossible for somebody to fake a context in the ancestral transaction, because otherwise the outputs would never be created. And that's what we need. Somebody in the room has to know when Chronicles is coming out. Anyone?
Okay, let's take that offline. We can talk about
Right.
that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you for your presentation.
Okay, can I just show you one more thing, guys? In order to build this protocol, we have S-Script weren't playing ball with us, really. I think Xiaowei kind of has gone after the money in the BTC land. So we've created a new language called Bitcoin Script Extended. You can check it out at bitcoinsx.io. The file type is .sx because it sells. But yeah, so you can actually register your interest here. If you go to bitcoinsx.io and go register, enter your email to the whitelist, you won't be on the whitelist, but then they'll send you this. You can register your interest, and then once we're ready to release this for beta, we'll send you guys an email. You can all have an account, and we'll give you examples of Bolt. We'll give you, a Bolt NFT, a fungible token example, and Brendan's got some crazy shit too.
All right. Thank you, Freddie.
That's it.
Yeah.
No, you
Further? Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay. Is there anybody else? Is that everybody?
Oh.
Okay.
That's all the hackathon.
No, that's all the hackathon participants. Okay. We can have further demos maybe after some food.
Yeah.
I think we have some food, and we're gonna deliberate amongst ourselves, the judges, and then we'll think about the winners. We'll go from there. There's going to be the opportunity to network around. We have this venue a little bit after food as well. After we announce the winners, people have the opportunity to network and whatnot. So let's break for some food and a brief intermission, and then we'll come back with an announcement of the winners after we decide. So thanks everybody for your participation and some great submissions. Bye.
About when I went
How much promise is there for it to be somewhat, I want to say, composable with other script lines, such that you can remember them? Like, that was my big problem with steps. Obviously, it causes other problems, but like the idea that says the script you start with is the script it will always live. So you can't, without doing extra crazy stuff of like having contracts or outputs that also rely on other outputs, whatever else. It's not really any composable functionality. You can take these tokens and lock them up in something else without changing the standard of the token. Essentially. Yeah. Well, that's why I almost wonder if, like, there's, and you would know a lot more than I do about this, but there is some way that, like, you could have the bolt logic and then, like, that, like, verifies all that stuff, but then allows for essentially either a pre-pended logic that it's got to get down to that, or a post-pended logic that's like, it's got to do this, and then whatever other stuff you do, but it still fulfills that first part. That's the whole grip. Is it Freddie's or is it yours? Okay.
Through that, we developed the twin.
Okay, yeah.
We decided that it's option because it allows us to be really specific about how the results are going to be across any
Portable document.
every really so no matter how you open it up, it's going to be.
They've got like 5 fonts that are just that are always available in everything that can render.
And then you can do stuff like, you know, clicking boxes.
All right. Yeah, for the dad. You're looking at. When you're writing yeah. There's so much like it's like someone else never found BSV. But like, you know.
It was worthy of being wrong.
Somebody makes something you need.
Yep.
Oh.
Gong, gong.
Wow, that was a good gong.
Oh, it worked.
We're
All right.
supposed to have a bigger gong next year.
So everybody, the winners have been announced. We have decided anyways what the winners are going to be. We want to have everybody gather around for like a group photo if we can manage that, and then we will announce the winners.
Bribery! Bribery!
Right. So,
who's taking the picture and where do you want us all?
yeah, you've got to figure out team at the core.
Yeah,
There can be people in the.
You can be in the back.
No, I guess just everybody over to this side so that we can get everybody in the spot.
Everybody took advantage.
Yeah.
Squats in the front.
Okay, should we squat in the front? Sorry, you got it. All right, we're gonna go.
You stand, you squat.
We'll go 3D.
Yeah. You guys turn sideways, it's easier.
Professional over here.
Oh, that's right. You can angle it from the middle point. That's a thing. This side, you want to turn this way. So you guys are good. No, in front, you're good. Here, we're doing it. Yeah, all right. Let me get by you. Okay. Turn this way. Turn this, yeah. Move in. Move in. What we want to do is make sure you can see all the faces, right? Good.
We want a couple butts. Most of the faces, couple butts.
Got a nice bubble. Thank you, photographer. Yeah, definitely.
Yay!
Yes. All right.
You guys.
Oh, yeah.
Are you guys gonna do a selfie to get yourselves in here?
1, 2.
Hey. You take one more, and then I'll pass it to some people that way. All right.
1, 2.
Thank you, sir.
Professional.
Very cool.
My daughter's a 22 years ago, and I stopped and like, you know what?
You all now officially have a cool sir for being in that photo. I actually know it.
That is so awesome.
You want to take video on here? Sure. For me? If you could. Oh.
My hands are not that steady. Warning.
What's that?
My hands are not that steady.
It's okay. This should keep them mostly steady.
Cool.
All I need you to do is hit that top red button to record and hold it toward time.
You ready to announce?
Are we live? Are we going to do the
You want me to
announcement?
do it right up there, or?
Should we just announce from right here?
I think it's working. So, yep.
Okay. Well, guys, firstly, I want to say thank you to everybody for contributing to this, for submitting projects, for just being here and hanging out and talking to people. It's been an amazing past couple of days. We've seen some really great stuff. These are some very difficult decisions. So difficult, in fact, that we've decided to have 5 winners. So Babbage is going to put forward another $8,000. There's going to be a $5,000 fourth place and $3,000 for fifth place. The way I want to do this is I want to bring up everybody who is in the top 5 in no particular order. and then I'm going to announce them from the 5th to the 1st. And as your team is announced for what you won, then I'll have you go back to over there, and then we'll have the number 1 at the end. All right. So in no particular order. Oops, my script is actually upside down. Here we go. No particular order. SMB. Cookie contract. Give me the Calhoun brothers. Get paid. Get up here, man. Bolt. Ready. Bolt. All right. Those are going to be the top 5. So, 5th place. Sometimes we don't use all the tools and we don't have the time to do everything we want to do, and we can be a little idealistic, but you also create some very compelling things. So for 5th place, I'm pleased to announce that Freddie Bolts, you win 5th place. Congrats. We hope that the money will help you to further integrate the Bolt protocol into the new stack and get to a full state of completion on BRC 100 wallet compatibility. Woo! So, congrats. Next up are some really dedicated people who really took a lot of time and went all out to make some stuff happen. We were agonizing about this, and this is one of the key reasons why we decided to have 5 people, because we couldn't narrow it down to only 3. So the winner of the 4th place prize is SMB with the review. Your use of certificates to authenticate the ownership of products and the potential for implementing that into a review-based overlay network is quite compelling. And I think that you've used the technology to do something that's going to support the space, and it's a good value, solid value proposition for blockchain technology. 3rd place. People have tried similar things like this in the past, but I think that the way that you guys have done it, the tools that you've used, and the throwback that you gave has been quite compelling. Calhoun brothers, you win 3rd place. I think that internet-based gaming and provably fair gaming is quite a compelling use for blockchain because it's transparent and people don't like ads. So, you made a cool idea. And in 2nd place, it's between getting paid, it's between protecting privacy on the internet. Being able to contribute to open source projects is quite a valuable thing when you can get paid for it because of the way that it can monetize the stuff that we're building, and it allows more people to contribute. It lowers the bar for development, and at the same time, protecting privacy of users on the internet, taking back control over user data. This is the core of what Bitcoin does. It puts people in more control over their online experiences. Both of you guys have been very dedicated, and you worked really hard to make your stuff happen. The tenacity and the grit that it takes to build something in these early days and to run across all these errors, it's insane. So, second place winner for a prize of $15,000 goes to Matt Archie. And the first place winner is $30,000. Congratulations. Thank you all.
We got paid again.
You got paid. You got paid, baby. You got paid so that every developer who builds on top of this open source stack can get paid. Thank you all for some really great. Thank you all for some really great submissions. Everybody who wrote a line of code for this event, you have contributed meaningfully to the future, because all of this code from all the submissions is going to be open source and made available. But the ability to monetize developer work is something genius. I think it's something that's going to allow us to take all of these projects to the next level, because now you can open issues on all of these repos, and I look forward to seeing this brought to completion. So, yeah, this has been an insane journey for me, learning a lot, hosting this type of an event. I think we're going to do a lot more like it in the future. So thank you to all the winners. And if people would like to come up as a winner and say some words, starting with Get Paid, and moving down the list, happy to allow you to say a few words about your project and what you plan to do with your winnings. So let's start with Get Paid. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's been a long journey. I mean, I haven't slept in a long time. Yesterday I showed up extremely hungover. You can ask Mitch over there. But I got through it. And yeah, I don't know, like working with BSV and working with the new tech stack, I got into this about 2 weeks ago because of Mitch right there. I owe it all to him, really. But he came to my house. He drove all the way from South Carolina. He came to my house and was like, hey, you gotta learn this right now. There's a hackathon coming up. You're going to it. You're gonna build something. And here I am now.
And you won, man.
I want to thank everyone here. I hope that I can create something that helps everybody to either create issues or just get paid.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Matt. Archie, you want to come up?
No, just had a good time being here, meeting everybody. See everybody online and follow you, but it's much better in person. And just thank the Babbage guys and the BSV Association. We can see all the work you guys have put in to making these tools so it's easier for us to do less work. So the work you guys are doing is noticed and appreciated. So, thank you.
Calvin Brothers.
Yeah. First, I just want to thank Babbage for putting this on. We're excited to we got some more games in the works, like stacker game that you see at the arcade. You stack the blocks, curveball, stuff like that. So we look forward to launching, trying to attract users, right? Playing, getting paid in the lottery and stuff. So.
Yeah, we'll definitely be putting a lot of time into this project, so we're really excited, and we appreciate you guys putting on this project here in the U.S. as well, so we can start building and hopefully get a global effort to get this going, BSV. So thank you.
SMB.
So first of all, I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you that came here and participated, and the Babbage team for helping to put on this phenomenal event. I got into BSV in the beginning of January, just stumbled upon people that taught me about this space, and this has been my first venture into this whole space. Came here by myself, found some amazing teammates that are just here to welcome and share knowledge with each other. And that's the thing that gets me so excited about the BSV space is the future potential of the things that we can build and the community that we can build together. So at least for me, I am very much going to be diving very deep into the BSV space and trying to build as many applications as possible to just provide value to everyone. Any
no comment. Developer experience is everything, and I hope that this hackathon sort of helps to serve to refine the tooling available to the space.
For me, it was so great meeting all of you and hearing about all of your projects. I'll give a shout out to the, what was it, the Spring Hill Suites?
Oh, yeah.
Late night, or what do we call the whole thing?
So it was us, Ishan, Mitch, and Ellis that were up all night, just sitting in the lobby, laptops, and the jug of cold brew that's almost finished. But yes, so there's anything else?
No, but thank you. It was a great event. Thank you for all the organizers. And yeah, it was great meeting all of you. If I haven't met you all, please say hi. Thank you.
And Freddie.
Yeah.
Very specific thank you to Ty Everett, guys. I mean, half a go at this guy and develop what he's done. You know, it's amazing. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you for extending the prizes to fifth place. But yeah, just it's been amazing. The networking's been, the most fun. It's invaluable. So,
Thank you to everybody. Thank you to Freddie. And I have written down here one last honorable mention. I had it written as an honorable mention, but I got to give you $1,000. I'm just going to make this spontaneous decision to award a sixth place prize of $1,000 to peer-to-peer voicemail.
Well, in that case, I'll make that product a lot better. I think that's going to be my goal.
It's a cool idea, and I love it. So, all right. I think that concludes the announcements and the prizes and everything. But yes, thank you very much, everybody, to all of you. You've done some really cool things. Check out the code for all of these submissions. It's all pushed. I trust. And yeah, we can have a networking kind of. We're gonna end the event with just a little networking session. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. I got to get some info from each of the winners. We got some paperwork, some of the payment aspects of it. We're gonna get all your info and figure out what we figure out those aspects. So just talk to the team, and we're gonna work that out just now. But to everybody else, thank you for your participation. This has been a really cool event. There's been nothing like it before, and I think we're going to do a lot more of this type of thing in the future. I'm thinking maybe summer in the Rogue Valley in Medford, Babbage HQ. Maybe we'll do another event like this. It's all tentative at this point, but summer, maybe July or so, and then hopefully every quarter. I'm hoping every quarter we can have a BSV Hackathon like this in person, because I think everybody here in this room, I don't know if this has been conveyed to the remote audience, but there is an energy in this room when we're here late into the night. There is a tenacity. You can just feel everybody focusing on these things, and it's not something you can get over a remote video link. So more in-person hackathons, that's what I'm for, and I say we do it every 3 months at different locations around the world. Thank you, everybody. Winners, please meet us at the Babbage table, and for everybody else, feel free to network around. So, enjoy the rest of the evening, everybody.
Congrats.
Hey, how nice. Yeah, yeah.
Computing when I was 6 because they just launched the Z-Expected Thinker, which had a 16-byte memory, and I got one for my 7th birthday, but I couldn't hack anyone because I didn't know anyone with a computer, so I got into coding instead, but I got a bit frustrated because it had a 16-byte memory. Anyway, I'm super passionate about educating people about Bitcoin, and particularly young people, so I thought, well, could I create a game that explains a lot of the sort of incentivization, network effects, security, and particularly permissionless nature of Bitcoin. So I thought, well, I could do it on a Raspberry Pi, but it doesn't have a screen. So I actually found these microbit computers. They also have a 16-byte RAM, so kind of limited. But I have 2 games. One of them actually generates it's an offline private key generator on this one, and it replicates flipping a coin 256 times, so you get the entropy. So that's this one, and it takes a little bit of time. So it starts off with a tick, and then every time you press B, it flips a coin, so you have the entropy, and then once you get to 256, then it stops, and then it should produce the hex value, and then hash it and do the suffix and everything, but I ran out of space on the thing. So I actually just tried to get to do a hex, and then it wouldn't do that either. So it just produces the 256-bit string, but it takes a bit of time. So maybe someone Would you start doing that? So that's going to take, so you just got to press it every single time. Do you
256 times.
256 times. It will
Press
be
256 times. Very hacky.
Just keep going until it beeps.
Keep going until it beeps because it's going to take you longer than us. Yeah. So that's to show how you can get involved in Bitcoin without needing any permission, because you can just flip a coin and get involved in Bitcoin. And then these simulate hashing. I need another person. You've got one already. You've got one. Who has another one here? There we go. Yes.
You go.
Okay, so people have been playing already, so let's just restart them, which you press the little restart button on the back.
On the back?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're simulating proof of... Interesting.
Where's the
So I think it restarts actually. So maybe actually, oh, there we go. So when it's on the, that's when it's in the kind of default mode. So what we're going to do, these microbits, they have a macrometer and they also have a accelerometer, yeah, exactly. So they can detect motion. So I'm replacing proof of work in terms of the hashing per second with the proof of work to mine the hash is basically shaking.
Awesome.
So the quicker you shake, the more hashes per second. The quicker, the greater the hash rate, and the more likely you are to mine the nonce.
Well, Kurt is a professional.
Let's see how far
We're all miners and we're racing.
But we need 1 million.
Yeah. So what we're going to do. Look, so just reset. You're messing up the action. Okay, so reset again. So someone, I'm gonna broadcast. So these are all radio connected. I'm gonna broadcast a block to everyone, a new block, or you're gonna get a new block. So everyone's got a new block.
Yep.
Empty block. Okay, so it's gonna go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then we're gonna start hashing. And the first one to win the nonce. There we go.
Not big.
Right here.
What?
Did you lose? Oh, maybe I lost.
I lost.
Oh, no, who's the winner?
Someone should get a smiley face on that.
I think that was you.
You win.
He had the winner. Oh, you're still clicking.
Yeah.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we'll start hashing. Go!
What's an orphan block? It's distributed consensus. No, I have to win on that one.
What's that big one made out of?
Bitcoin. Show a check mark.
It did show a check mark. Yeah.
No, like what's it's a precious metal.
Because this is the actual generation.
Yeah, so did
Could be
if
gold.
it,
I didn't hear it beep, but everyone's
you didn't hear it beep? Okay.
Oh, check it. It's hard to hear with all us.
Yeah, so this was produced privately. So anyway, the idea was to just, get kids and people to start stimulating, some of the ideas.
So, interesting question about the private key specifically.
Yeah.
You have a accelerometer, right?
Yes.
You could run that in a loop, and maybe based on the randomness of the accelerometer, could you use that as an entropy source to generate a key?
You could if it had more than a 16 byte because you can't actually get too much. I can't do the actual SHA-256 hashing.
Oh, interesting.
So I just have to randomize either the selection of the 0 and 1. But I can only get it's only got a 256-bit memory.
Okay.
And a 16-bit processor. So I'm limited, but apparently there is a version 2 that has double that capacity. So I'm to squeeze. So it's having to shave off a bit of the code to get it to work. But anyway, thank you so much.
All right, there's a 7 tries.
Like you go.
7 tries.